Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Saint Seiya, but Athena does not obey. Part 1. According to legend, there is a group of brave warriors. When peace is lost on earth, these Saint Seiya will appear to uphold justice. With one palm, they can cleave the sky, with one foot, they can crack the earth. These youths, who fight without weapons, relying entirely on their bare hands, are called Saint Seiya. Since the age of mythology, the goddess Athena and her saint Seiya have engaged in countless holy wars against the wicked gods. In modern times, an ancient forest connected to Yomi, containing a city of fairies, is the fairy realm. An Asian youth stood on a cliff overlooking the sea. He closed his eyes, and falling cherry blossoms flew from the forest behind him, disappearing into the deep sea ahead. The moment the petals touched the sea surface, like a silver vase shattering, the youth's fists traced the path of stars across his chest. The sea before him suddenly surged with giant waves several meters high, like Moses parting the Red Sea. The sea surface in front of him was actually opened up by his fists. When the sea surface parted, the explosive sound of breaking air finally echoed across the vast sea. His strike had already surpassed the speed of sound, and only then did he open his eyes. Pegasus Meteor Fist perfected. Congratulations, host, you have skillfully mastered the Pegasus combat techniques. This broadcast, which only echoed in his mind, was also the prompt sound from the predictive server mobile game, Saint Seiya Saint Cloth Mythology, that he was playing at the last moment of his previous life. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in this world, even his age and body had reverted to a youthful appearance. After 3 years of arduous training, he finally achieved perfection. Name: Seiya. Occupation: Saint Seiya. Realm: Sixth Sense Great Completion. Combat Techniques: Revival Strike, Pegasus Meteor Fist, Pegasus Comet Fist, Pegasus Rolling Crush Punch, Freezing Fist, Flame Vortex, Psychokinesis, Fist Pressure, Sword Release, God Slaying Power. When the world plunges into darkness, Saint Seiya, symbolizing hope, will appear. For the sake of the earth and humanity, please embark on your journey. Please complete the novice main quest, meet the reincarnation of Athena, reward, Pegasus Saint Cloth. Seiya took a deep breath. 3 years it's been, do you know how I've spent these 3 years? At this moment, not far away, Guinevere, the mistress of this fairy realm, watched the scene unfold. In the short span of 3 years, she had personally witnessed this child, brought back by her uncle, grow to his current level. And she, possessing the highest level of spiritual vision, also sensed that the time for parting had come. You are already capable of opening heaven and earth with your fists, and you possess this imposing aura. You are now qualified to become a warrior crowned with the name of Saint, she gently announced to the youth before her. Holy Grail Knights, Templar Knights, Paladins, in essence, they are all warriors known as top-tier knights. When myths manifested on Earth, their strength was even enough to rival divine beasts. Seiya turned around, looking at the woman before him wearing a white mask, possessing the dual gentle qualities of both an older sister and a mother. With the name of Saint, Teacher, I think I should be qualified to do so, and I will never fail in the responsibilities I bear. As early as a year ago, he had already awakened his sixth sense and fully mastered Pegasus and its related combat techniques. But now, being declared by Marin-san to have reached the rank of Saint Seiya, he couldn't help but feel excited. Although her hair color was slightly different from the original golden-orange hair in the original work, she also wore a white mask, appeared before him as a guide, and was equally gentle and strict, so she must be Marin, the silver Saint Seiya who taught him. And the other woman who occasionally appeared, also wearing a white mask and strictly teaching him, must be Shayna. It seems that due to his presence, this world has already changed slightly. Seiya clenched his fists. Since he had come to this world, he did not want the tragedies in the story to repeat. But have you truly decided to embark on this path? Even though her spiritual perception had already revealed future destiny to Guinevere, as a former Earth Mother goddess and now a god ancestor, Guinevere still couldn't help but want to admonish this child. You are my treasure. The moment I took you from the hands of the fairies, this forest recognized you. I believe that one day you will stand at the pinnacle of knights. I admit this is my personal hope, but you probably haven't had any experience encountering gods, have you? That's right, but this is my duty. Seiya clenched his hand into a fist, solemnly striking his chest. For 3 years, he had never dared to relax, because he knew that Poseidon, the sea god, intended to submerge the earth. Hades, the king of the underworld, sought to bring eternal darkness, and even the Pope intended to replace Athena and dominate the entire world. This world needed Saint Seiya to save it, and as Saint Seiya, it was naturally his inescapable responsibility. Guinevere looked at Seiya before her. When they deviate from the myths woven by humans, they wander upon the earth. When they wander in the countries of the people who gave them their names, it is like water flowing away on land without green. One day, gods will bring disaster to the human world in the future. But humanity, in the face of the disobedient God, the greatest disaster manifested in the world, still possesses a faint miracle. That is the child of a fool, born with the potential to slay gods, who will not fear the might of gods, and who will bravely grasp that sliver of miracle. No need to persuade further. If Seiya has already decided to embark on this arduous path, what we can offer is a blessing. A new, sharp voice sounded from the side. The speaker was a graceful woman shrouded entirely in a blue-black robe, the white goddess, who, like Guinevere, wore a white mask. It was she who found Seiya unconscious in the forest. She looked at the youth before her. Even a fool possessing the talent to slay gods, the possibility of success was still minuscule. But persuasion was useless, because those who bravely challenged gods were complete idiots, also known as children of fools. Since even she said so, Guinevere could only put away her reluctance and look at the youth before her. All right, Seiya. It is a knight's duty to go to dangerous places and display courage and might. Since you've spoken your words, you must absolutely complete this challenge. Do you understand? Yes, this is my destiny. Seiya smiled slightly. Don't speak so absolutely. When you directly face a god who defies mythology and descends upon the earth, you will understand this truth. Guinevere's expression, mixed with tenderness, also changed, becoming the expression of a god ancestor at the pinnacle of witches. I will arrange for you to go to a stage more suitable for you. I pray for your survival and for the day we meet again. Seiya also sensed the heaviness contained in her words, but he still smiled. I'll come back to see you, Marin-san. Witch Queen Guinevere and Lancelot, who protected the god ancestor, watched the youth's retreating figure. Suddenly, Guinevere spoke. You've sensed it too, haven't you? That child has the essence of a child of a fool. He has never shown fear in front of me. Lancelot spoke. Actually, as the highest-ranking witch queen, you should have had a premonition long ago that he might be our enemy in the future. But fate also reveals that he has a faint connection with the last king, but no matter what kind of future, I can accept it. Guinevere removed her mask, and her originally exquisite figure quickly became lighter, or rather, more youthful. But it was still that extremely refined and beautiful face, with a slight smile on her lips. Yet, even with this body like a spring bamboo shoot, one could feel her maternal radiance. And Lancelot also removed her mask. She did not speak, but only gazed at the sky connected to Yomi. Whether becoming an enemy or assisting in finding the last king, both the witch and her protector can accept it. Morning, Cagliari Elma's airport on Sardinia, a joint military and civilian airport. In recent years, tourism has flourished. As Italy's second largest island, upon landing, one can see throngs of tourists from all over the world. There are East Asian tour groups holding small red flags, and travelers from other parts of Europe, but all are queuing in chronological order before the immigration gates, except for a recently landed Gulfstream G550. This private jet cut through the air with a shark-like streamline, and the moment its landing gear gently kissed the runway, it attracted everyone's attention. Many people craned their necks to see what kind of wealthy individual it was, but as the landing gear settled, what appeared in their sight was a young Asian youth. Too young to be a wealthy individual. He stood there like a budding tulip, even appearing a bit naive. Hey, isn't Marin-san being a bit too exaggerated? In fact, Seiya was also a bit surprised. He racked his brain to recall, but he couldn't remember Marin's identity before she became a Saint Seiya. He wasn't very familiar with this work, so she was probably some Chable's young lady. Her casual arrangement turned out to be a Gulfstream G550. However, compared to the private jet, what was more important was that he looked around, and this was not Japan. The protector whom our humble selves serve said that this is the most suitable stage for the young master. Miss Salome, with brown skin and Middle Eastern features, smiled and said, and her help to you ends here. The road ahead requires you to walk it yourself, and she looks forward to the day she meets you again. This briefly accompanying Middle Eastern beauty also left, leaving Seiya alone in this foreign land. He looked at the bustling immigration gate before him, and he also saw the waiting taxi drivers waving outside the barrier, and at the same time, even more people were looking at him. This Asian youth, who arrived via a luxurious private jet through the VIP channel, understood without a doubt what kind of wealthy family he came from. And Kusanagi Godu, who had just passed through the immigration gate, was one of them. But soon he realized that this young man from a wealthy family was also looking at him, and even nodded slightly towards him. Have I just landed and already encountered a mysterious guardian with an object possessing a considerably imposing aura? Seiya sensed the source of that aura in the other party's backpack, but he did not go up to talk to him, because he had more important things to do. At this moment, on the airport's tarmac, another plane from Milan, Italy, landed. The girl's footsteps were light, her crimson skirt rising and falling with each step. Erica Blandelli looked at the Gulfstream G550 taking off in the distance, then quickly averted her gaze. As she walked through the crowd to the VIP aisle, the sound of her high heels on the floor was like a lively piece of music. At this moment, nothing was settled yet, there was still a chance for everything. The girl who yearned to create a miracle and the boy carrying an unknown destiny arrived simultaneously on this solitary island west of Italy. At this time, Sardinia was still vast and open, with warm sun and gentle breezes, as if this happiness would last until the disaster of contradicting mythology descended. Seiya held a tourist guide map from the airport, wearing a sun hat, and looked at the ancient streets before him. He confirmed that this was Sardinia, located in the central Mediterranean, known for its vastness and isolation. Sardinia boasts a unique Italian culture and is also one of Europe's oldest regions, famous as a sailing sanctuary. Sister Marin said this was a stage befitting him, had she misunderstood. His most important task now was to find Kido Sori, the reincarnation of Athena, to complete the novice mission and obtain the Pegasus Saint cloth. Seiya once again opened the golden finger, which had accompanied him for 3 years, a system of sorts. It didn't have a leveling up function, it merely recorded his current realm and learned combat techniques. The only icon lit up was the novice mission at the very bottom. When the world falls into darkness, Saint Seiya, symbolizing hope, will appear. For the sake of the earth and humanity, embark on your journey. Please complete the novice main mission, meet the reincarnation of Athena, reward, Pegasus Saint cloth. This was the simplest novice mission, only requiring him to meet the other party, yet Sister Marin and her subordinates had sent him to Sardinia, Italy, even though Athena's reincarnation, Kido Sori, should be in Japan. The bread shop next door chimed, and the beer barrel-shaped proprietress handed him a pineapple bun wrapped in craft paper. With empty pockets, Seiya just smiled and said thank you in broken Italian. Discovering that the owner next to him could speak English, he quickly switched to English to converse. From them, he learned that Sardinia had not been peaceful recently. From Bosa to Orgosolo, and also Barumini, natural disasters had occurred one after another. Either typhoons, earthquakes, or overly scorching sun. Some even swore they saw a phoenix from ancient Eastern mythology emerge from a rainbow on a rainy night. Rainy night, phoenix, rainbow, how could these words go together, Seiya thought. But the pineapple bun was delicious, and he didn't refute the owner's endless chatter. Actually, the number of tourists these days is 7/10 less than before, the owner said, looking at the dense crowd ahead. 7/10 less and still so many. Seiya was a bit shocked, and he quickly understood by following the owner's gaze. It was an East Asian tour group wearing small red hats, who made up the majority of the remaining tourists. Seiya headed to his next destination. He wasn't in a hurry at all, walking on the streets during this beautiful transition from spring to summer, making one feel that as long as he searched, he would eventually find it. Meanwhile, Kusanagi Godu, who had also traveled from East Asia, was also looking for someone, as he was tasked by his grandfather to deliver an ancient stone tablet to an old woman named Lucrezia Zola. But Sardinia was too large, and finding one person was truly difficult. Until, a wind blew from afar. Is it a typhoon? It's a bit strong. Kusanagi Godu tightened his backpack, his expression slightly distorted. At this moment, in the sight of most people, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, as if the clouds of the nine heavens had descended, gathering strong winds and torrential rain. An unknown force descended in the form of a tornado from Porto Torres, then rapidly advanced towards the old town of Nero. But in the eyes of the witches, knights, and Saint Seiya remaining on the island, it was a tornado with twisted blue lines, a divine incarnation manifesting on earth in the form of a strong wind. Seiya was incredibly close because he was currently in the old town of Nero. He also saw a white-robed boy chasing the strong wind. How fierce this storm was, advancing inland from Porto Torres, it had already swept to the area around the cathedral square where the Duomo Cathedral is located. Here are many ancient buildings of colliery, such as the Elephant Tower, St. Pancras Tower, etc., and many medieval churches built in Gothic and Baroque styles. The locations of these historical buildings were all swallowed by the spiraling storm. The bread shop owner next door was still shouting for Seiya to come in, but he watched a white Honda car nearby suddenly move, swaying, and then, along with the nearby utility pole and green belt, it arced through the air and disappeared into the tornado. It was like a hellish reappearance. The owner, unable to stand steady, felt the world spin. But the next second, a hand grabbed his wrist, forcibly pulling him back from the gates of hell. At this moment, all creation was pulled by gravity, collapsing, until it became part of the storm. The owner wanted to thank the young Asian boy, but when he looked back, he found that his figure had disappeared into the street. Seiya, from a still state, suddenly erupted with terrifying speed, his body ascending as if freed from gravity, soaring from the ruined street ground to above the buildings. His figure sped across rooftops and tiles. Looking at the storm that continued to rage forward, becoming even more violent, he raised his hand. Son of man, retreat, this is not a battlefield you can interfere with. From the other end of Piazza Italia, the white-robed boy also chasing the storm spoke softly in an aria. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Seiya's mind. No matter who it is, whether an evil god or a warrior, such a thing cannot be allowed. Seiya did not look at him, but responded with his actions. At this moment, whether it was the white-robed boy, Kusanagi Godu at the edge of the storm, or Erika in the red dress, all looked at this sacred scene. Facing this disaster that brutally destroyed everything in its path, a figure radiating silver-white light appeared. The sacred warrior rapidly approached this massive storm. At the moment they were about to collide, the warrior, glowing with white light, made strange arcs with his hands. What kind of move is this? Erika could not analyze the mysterious origin of the opponent's move, which was incredible for her, who came from the prestigious magic family Blandelli and was familiar with all mythologies. There wasn't even an incantation, yet the oppressive punchwind suppressed the storm before her. This was an incarnation of the storm god. Only high-level divine words and the techniques of the highest-ranking knights could affect this terrifying existence, but the white light released from his fists covered the incarnation of the storm god, and the torrent that swept through all creation paused. Did it succeed? Kusanagi Godu could also see this mythical scene, but the next moment, the terrifying pressure surged again, and a mountain-toppling wave of air swept in all directions. As if provoked, the incarnation of the storm god expanded further, its covered domain even completely swallowed Piazza Italia. Son of man, I commend your bravery. In the distant past, I might have bestowed upon you the blessing of light, making you my warrior. But now, retreat, this wind is my prey. If you advance further, I will consider it a challenge. The white-robed boy reappeared unknowingly, and this time, he had even appeared before him. Seiya stood firm in the turbulent flow, his gaze still fixed on the raging storm in the distance. If you are a true warrior, then you should quickly resolve the trouble before you, instead of calculating whose prey this is. If you only have the courage to worry about your prey being snatched away, then you should be the one to retreat. After a brief moment of astonishment, hesitation, nostalgia, and finally joy, the white-robed boy burst into a loud laugh that completely contradicted his slender figure. Excellent, that's the spirit. Without such bravery, one is simply unworthy of challenging my incarnation. I am the undefeated victor, victory is always in my hands, this is my essence. I accept your challenge. Seiya lightly uttered this ancient Eastern curse and once again sped towards the storm before him. After the previous test, he confirmed that the storm before him was merely the outer shell. Deep within this storm, there was a core that sustained this disaster. However, to destroy this core, one must first break through the rotating storm. This storm possessed extremely strong resistance. If he fully burned his Cosmo and unleashed sword release, he could cut through it. But after cutting it open, he needed to seize that gap and use Pegasus Meteor Fist to crush the core. As for the impact of burning his Cosmo on his body, Seiya didn't care, only wishing he had his Saint Cloth. The moment he had his battle plan, a high-pitched chant reached his ears. I am the ever-victorious one, come for salvation, for healing, for justice. Welcome my arrival with praise, strong wind, in the name of heroes and saviors, I command you to stop. It was the white-robed boy, although his speech had a theatrical tone, the moment his words fell, he truly suppressed the raging wind. But Seiya's eyes also lit up, because at this moment he finally saw a flaw. The proud young god looked at the warrior next to him who was trying to challenge his incarnation. Brave but thoughtless warrior, watch how I, him. An unprecedented aura burst forth from this East Asian warrior. His hands traced the trajectory of stars, Pegasus. Meteor Fist. He shouted this name from his mouth. As if it were a spell, or a key to open a door, light burst forth from his hands. It shattered the core of the storm tornado, surpassing the storm, surpassing sound. The twisted blue lines finally exploded at this moment, the scattered divine energy and dissolving storm all ceased. The incarnation of the disobedient god was defeated, and the disaster temporarily ended here. Whether in the mundane world or the inner world, whether witch or god, all eyes were now focused on him. The dissipating divine energy triggered a final gust of wind, brushing against the young god's hair. He watched the warrior who had suddenly burst forth with a brilliance that even he couldn't help but notice. After a brief silence, the young god smiled. Just so. That is why I have always wanted to experience the taste of defeat, yet no one has been able to overcome me. That said, you are the winner of this challenge to hunt the prey, O child of man from afar. What is your name? Seiya. Saint Seiya. Seiya, having crushed the incarnation of the wind, slung his school bag back over his shoulder. I am a warrior who protects Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, and a Saint Seiya who protects the earth and humanity. I am the victor, victory is always in my hands. This is my essence. Facing Seiya, the white-robed youth who had finished the battle also introduced himself. He appeared to be around the same age as Seiya, with refined features that had a slightly androgynous feel. Even among celebrities, one would never see such a beautiful youth. Most importantly, Seiya clearly felt the awe-inspiring, sacred aura radiating from him. I have never known defeat. This contest was a rare diversion. If you were not a warrior of a Western deity, I would surely have granted you my protection. As he spoke, the white-robed youth showed an elegant, enigmatic smile that was as elusive as mist. How about it? Are you interested in a match with me? Just playing with me for a little while will do. I wouldn't go so far as to call it a match. Seiya stared into the youth's eyes and smiled with pursed lips. It's just that I've also arrived in this place for the first time. If you have the same elegant interest in diversion, we can treat it as traveling together. But first things first. The white-robed young god also noticed the other's gaze, which was as clear and sharp as a blade. He showed no fear, and even looked forward to the coming response with great interest. He was the victor, fearing no challenge, be it martial arts, a battle of wits, or horsemanship, anything was fine. Right, come to think of it, this place seemed very close to Greece. He remembered that in that country, There was a type of competition involving the whole body. Would it be a full course contest like that? You need to change this white robe that's practically a rag. It's turned brownish tea colored. Are you role-playing some sage in an oasis? Seiya said with a pout. In front of the San Giacomo church, Erica slowly moved the rapier in her hand away from the neck of the Asian youth before her. In other words, you aren't an East Asian magus summoning a disobedient god at all. You don't even know the most basic magecraft. From the very beginning, all this talk about gods, magecraft, and the lion heart, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. I was just asked by my grandfather to deliver this antique stone tablet to an old woman. Besides, that storm just now and the boy fighting against it, those are the truly exaggerated things. Kusanagi Godu shouted. Erika's expression was unsightly. She didn't want to admit it, but she had to acknowledge she had found the wrong person. After seeing the disaster brought by the god's storm incarnation, she had urgently relied on her perception of divine tools to track down this suspicious-looking Japanese man who was snooping around for information. It turned out he was truly a magecraft idiot who didn't even qualify as a layman. Then why would a disobedient god descend upon this isolated island in the Mediterranean? And why was there another unknown deity fighting against it? Erika couldn't help but think of the White Knight who had crushed the storm incarnation earlier. Perhaps she had been looking in the wrong direction from the start. At this moment, Kusanagi Godu looked at the girl who had mysteriously appeared before him, wanting to ask something more because he was very interested in that youth who seemed to be his fellow countryman. However, in the next second, he saw the stone tablet in his hand fall into her grasp. It is far too dangerous for a divine tool like this to be in the hands of a layman like you. Since you intended to give it to the witch Lucretia who is temporarily residing on this island, I will deliver it to her on your behalf. Before Kusanagi Godu could speak, the red-dressed Erika made the decision in a domineering and willful manner. Just then, the phone in Erika's pocket rang. Opening it, she saw it was her assistant maid, Ariana. Miss, the identity of the owner of the Gulfstream G550 you mentioned has been found. The maid's voice sounded over the phone, though it was somewhat trembling. That fast. Thank you for your hard work. Erika ran in the direction the youth had disappeared. No matter who the other party was, if they were an evil magus attempting to summon a disobedient god, she would not let them go. If they were a heroic knight protecting humanity, she would attempt to form an alliance. It's not that, it's because the other party had no intention of hiding her identity at all. The maid's voice on the other end was also a bit breathless. She used her real name, openly and honestly, Guinevere. Erika stood frozen in place. Isn't that the name of the god ancestor witch queen who stands at the pinnacle of heaven and earth? The Hotel Cala di Volpe in Sardinia, this was the premier hotel on the island. In The Spy Who Loved Me, Bond flirted with the KGB agent Anya Amasova here. It also housed the largest casino on the island, a paradise for tourists who rarely had the chance to enjoy the charm of a casino. It was said that Heidi Klum and Denzel Washington had both vacationed here. But at this moment, inside this top-tier casino, a scene straight out of a movie was unfolding. All on spades. The words were as light as a breeze, yet they drew the collective attention of all the gamblers nearby. Every surveillance camera in the casino was also fixed firmly on this high-spirited, gambling youth. He was an exceedingly young guest, roughly 14 or 15 years old, with jet black hair reaching his shoulders and ivory-colored skin. Most importantly, he was exceptionally handsome. Currently, he had his arms around the hostesses following him, as a mountain-like pile of chips was moved onto the roulette table. The dealer standing in the center, dressed in a suit, was drenched in sweat. He didn't dare to start the round. He felt an invisible magical force acting upon him, even acting upon the entire casino, like a black hole devouring gold and riches, sucking away everyone's wealth. However, under the pressure of so many gazes, he finally opened it. The result was as expected. The white ball in the roulette wheel finally stopped on the spade icon. The entire room erupted in cheers. Whether it was the gamblers or the ladies attending the youth, they were not stingy with their kisses, frantically planting them on his face. How can you guess so accurately every time? You're just like the invincible Veleslana. An Afghan girl of similar age looked at the youth of her own ethnicity with admiration. Because I am the victor, and also the eagle of kingship. Abundance, fertility, and wealth are my manifestations. All riches will flow to my feet like water. The young god showed an ancient style smile. He wore a well-tailored suit, lined with gold that symbolized wealth. After winning several rounds in a row, his wealth had expanded to a point that would bankrupt even the rich. Now, holding a goblet gifted by a lady, he walked leisurely to the side of another youth. How is it? The ice wine provided for you by this casino. Seiya stared at the screen in front of him, yet asked his friend beside him as if he had eyes in the back of his head. If it weren't for the drugs added inside to suppress the sweetness and stimulate its tannin flavor, it might be barely drinkable. The young god smiled. He looked at the chips placed before his friend. There was only one golden Aries chip symbolizing 10,000, while the others were a pile of low to mid-tier chips engraved with camels and anteaters. The total was far less than his own. While enjoying the games, the young god also observed his friend's condition. He was enjoying the games just as much, from Paigao to Sick Bo, from common mahjong to baccarat, from the rolling dragon, popular in southeast Guzhou to Theosix name hotline, of cylinder betting. He eventually stopped here. He didn't feel happy just because the wealth he won was far higher than his friends. Well, he did feel a little, but only a little. However, he soon saw the other party reveal a smile similar to his own, an enigmatic victory smile that was like mist. Then he saw him sweep that entire pile of chips into the trash can, only using his thumb and index finger to pick up that single golden Aries chip representing the maximum amount, and then stuffing it into the coin slot in front of him. At that moment, the large screen finally began to spin. It was a slot machine, but one with as many as 24 reels. Normally, a jackpot with 3 identical patterns is nearly a miracle, but this one had 480 different patterns on each of its 24 reels, and its rotation speed was as high as 100 kilometers per hour. Perhaps this machine was placed here more as a decoration, but at this moment, the large screen actually began to spin. Just 3 matching faces could increase wealth tenfold, but as Seiya's finger kept pressing down, 1 7, 2 sevens, 4 sevens, 8 sevens, until finally, 24 sevens. After a brief silence, a cheer even louder than the young gods erupted from behind. The massive roar, whether inside or out, even penetrated several layers of walls. Everyone inside the building heard the gamblers cheering for the legendary player who had achieved a miracle. Thea Super Supreme Invincible Jackpot. Such a flamboyant name appeared before them just like that. How did you do it? The young god asked. He was certain that the Seiya before him did not possess an authority similar to his own, nor did he have any mystical rituals or artifacts to increase wealth. Yet he had achieved a miracle just like that, overtaking his own wealth at the last moment. Super simple. Just remember every pattern they have, then use your super dynamic vision coupled with super neural reaction speed, and simply press the button. Seiya snapped his fingers and picked up the drink handed to him. After a small sip, he pursed his lips. I'm not much of a taster, they all seem about the same. Seiya slightly raised the corners of his mouth, but not because he had earned a huge sum of money, it was simply because the cheers behind him put him in a good mood. The young god smiled gently. His narrow eyes became even narrower, and his lips curved up. The desire for battle in his heart had been completely teased out by Seiya. Although he stood with an elegant posture, his gaze was sharp enough to seem as if he were evaluating the quality of the human named Seiya. Rather than calling his demeanor that of a peerless god of gamblers, it was more accurate to say the overall atmosphere he presented was like some existence transcending humanity. AI model. Gemini 3.1 flashlight. The cumulative amount the two had won had reached a level that would make even the wealthy green with envy. At this moment, the manager in the surveillance room suddenly shuddered. Even as he and his subordinates analyzed dozens of surveillance screens, they couldn't figure out their method of cheating. It was as if the hand of Hades was manipulating the wealth. It was at this very moment that the monitored youth seemed to sense something. He looked directly at him through the surveillance camera. Are you saying they're just incredibly lucky, and we've encountered magicians? The manager frowned at the subordinate who had been analyzing the footage. He then picked up his walkie-talkie. Bring them to me, what if they refuse? Then forcibly drag them here. Since they're cheating, breaking their limbs is perfectly fine. Two gamblers cheating from overseas might have been let go elsewhere. But this was Italy, this was the mafia, and this was the property of the Lucchese family. The security guards, having received orders to take action, all wore vicious smiles. A security guard in a suit had already approached Seiya. Just as he raised his hand to grab him, his wrist was seized in return. In the split second the guard hesitated, Seiya gently dragged his arm forward. He didn't use much strength, but the guard, having lost his balance, stumbled and fell to the ground. From the side came an even sharper scream. Two other security guards who had approached the youth god were now writhing on the ground, wailing as their arms and legs were twisted at irregular 90-degree angles. Only then did Seiya raise an eyebrow and glance at his friend. Hidden beneath the appearance of this white-robed youth was a truly terrifying ferocity. My lord once said, "Those who reach out to harm others shall be punished tenfold." To shatter their spines and rip out their tendons, is this not the most just punishment? The youth god clapped his hands. After a few seconds of silence, the atmosphere throughout the entire casino changed instantly. It contained an intense sense of arrogance, with a pair of extremely cold eyes. What kind of person could have such a look? A stern and majestic gaze. This was a warrior, Seiya confirmed this once again. A god capable of saying such things appears to be known for tyranny and cruelty. Seiya sighed, more certain than ever that the youth before him was indeed a warrior of an unknown foreign god. He looked down and gripped the necklace at his throat. When facing a warrior of a foreign deity, he could not be outdone. O goddess of wisdom, of benevolence and mercy, we beseech you, save us from the hands of our enemies, inspire us, help us surpass our foes, show us the path to victory, and let us triumph in your holy name. As he recited the prayer, he seemed to have a premonition and dodged an attack from a girl in a white veil with a slender figure behind him. He ruthlessly knocked the dagger from her hand, and the moment she knelt on the ground, he handed the goblet he had been holding back to her. Compared to fighting, I feel this suits you better. Italy, Naples. Beneath a withered olive tree, a deity wearing a cat-eared knitted hat looked up as if sensing something. Was it an illusion? But at that very moment, she seemed to hear an ancient prayer reach her ears. Could it be that in this materialistic, floating world, there were still warriors who devoutly believed in her? Sardinia, Cagliari. Erica was currently holding her phone and communicating with her capable little maid. She had already investigated the target's whereabouts, inside the largest casino in Sardinia. This time, she would definitely catch him. Just as she was confidently rushing toward her destination, she suddenly saw a ball of fire erupt from the U-shaped building ahead. She was stunned, because that building seemed to be her destination. Erica felt as if she were being toyed with by the goddess of fate. Whenever she thought she was about to catch her target, an unexpected mistake always occurred. At this moment, amidst the shattered glass, a youth who had put his white robe back on landed on the ground, gripping an iron chain. In the chaotic crowd, only a green Aston Martin DBS was parked at the entrance, and Seiya raised his head and waved at him. The youth god didn't even ask where the sports car came from, as it was undoubtedly just borrowed from inside the casino. When Seiya stepped on the gas, the car sped away under the gaze of countless people. From the corner of his eye, however, he caught a glimpse of a wild figure, a girl in a red dress running frantically in high heels. She seemed to want to say something to him. Was she a fan who worshipped him? But Seiya only smiled politely. Letting a girl fall for him was a sin. Soon, moving at over 100 miles per hour, they shot forward like a green arrow. On the top floor of the Sun Boat Casino, an honored guest suddenly arrived. The manager, who was already frazzled by the previous trouble, was about to scold the newcomer, but when he met those deep purple eyes, he couldn't say a word. Soon, the hotel's director, who was also an executive of the Lucchese family, stood in a row with his officers and bowed to the honored guest. Ms. Blandelli, your sudden arrival brings great honor to our family. However, Erica waved her hand, interrupting him, signaling them not to disturb her while she watched the surveillance footage. On the screen were the figures of two youths. From the moment the youth sat down before the dealer to Seiya pressing the slot machine button, from the image of the youth looking up and making eye contact through the surveillance camera to the slow motion capture of his first strike, the entire sequence was fluid and seamless. But what was most chilling was that all the security guards he knocked down, and even the bystanders watching, seemed to be influenced by an invisible atmosphere. They acted like fanatical devotees, collectively praising the youth's might, even calling him Bahram, praising him in a style unique to Persia. They are like they're playing a game, incorporating the gambling process, the cheers won when knocking down enemies, and the reactions of those around them into a playground that belongs only to the two of them. The manager said this slowly. Sounds absurd, doesn't it? Not absurd. For such venerated beings who defy their own myths and manifest on earth in a disobedient God posture, they are extremely self-centered existences. Erica spoke coldly, but a light of excitement like a lioness gradually appeared in her eyes. As the young lady left, the manager, still standing there, finally took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The surname Blandelli, could it be the one from Milan? The manager whispered. His family was one of the 5 major mafia families, having existed for centuries, and had now evolved into a more international organization focused on gambling and ocean trade. But as a member of the family, he knew clearly that there was another world, the underworld, where legendary things existed. Knowing is enough. Don't get too close, or you'll be burned to death. The director glanced lightly at this junior member of the family. I understand. The manager rubbed his aching temples. It's just that the recent natural disasters, along with these legendary names, always make one feel that a storm is coming. As the green Aston Martin DBS drove away, it quickly arrived in Cagliari. This was the main road of the port city. Both sides of the road were filled with rich history and architecture. The cathedral, San Pancrazio, speeding along the main thoroughfare like a bolt of lightning. How did it go? Seiya asked. He was naturally asking about the combat tally from when they left the casino. 128. The white-robed youth spoke only then. He wasn't talking about the number of security guards knocked down, although he had forcibly suppressed his physical attributes to the level of an ordinary person. It was definitely not a level an ordinary human could contend with. Rather, it was the number of people who, after being intimidated, yielded and submitted, and even offered hymns of praise to the youth who had come from across the ocean. Is this really something a human could do? Seiya raised an eyebrow. Hey, don't find it inconceivable. I am the embodiment of battle and victory. As long as one continues to achieve victory, the joy of that victory will be manifested in the form of wealth. Whether it be women and children, wealth, or the enemies themselves, the fruits obtained by a warrior through battle are rightfully his. The weak should submit to the strong, and the defeated should be at the mercy of the victor. Even if their wives and daughters are plundered, they should respectfully kneel and offer them up. Seiya slightly raised his soaring eyebrows, the smile in his eyes gradually fading. From just these few words, he deeply felt the wild, barbaric side of the god the other followed. It was as if humanity had returned to its most primitive state, forcing out suppressed malice, wantonly flaunting one's own dominance. Those who hold power are the greatest violence in this world, they can do anything. I am certain now that in the future, you and I will inevitably have a battle. Seiya said suddenly and softly. Ha 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 ha. You only realize this now, friend. Our meeting was driven by fate. A battle between you and me is unavoidable. Or rather, you should be the one to watch out, because I will use any means necessary to snatch you away from that Western deity. I will bestow upon you the protection of light, I will trample upon that faith you have in Athena, and make you completely my warrior. The youth laughed, not the faint smile from before, but a very ferocious grin. It was the first time Seiya had seen such a smile. To be able to regard someone as a close friend on the very first day of meeting, yet simultaneously be absolutely certain that they would become mortal enemies in the future, this kind of thing should naturally be sad. But for some reason, Seiya felt an inexplicable emotion lingering in the depths of his heart. Because the corners of your mouth are smiling, Saint Seiya. The youth god pointed this out. Seiya paused and lowered his head to scratch his temple. He suddenly looked up at the rearview mirror. His expression had completely changed, even he had rarely seen this face of his own. The smile was bold and unbridled, and his pupils seemed to shimmer with stars. Am I actually enjoying this too? Seiya suddenly realized this. Possessing the divine characteristics of guiding travelers and protecting the people, the youth god easily discerned the side of Seiya's heart that even he himself had not yet discovered. Now it is one win and one draw. The contest between you and me is still one match short. Perhaps because he was again holding victory in his hands, the youth god's mouth once again revealed that long-lost mysterious smile. The car's speed had already reached 220 miles per hour, and the phones at the Sardinia police station were being overwhelmed by calls from tourists who had witnessed it everywhere. But the white-robed youth sat in the car, watching the scenery outside the window being rapidly left behind. The first two matches hadn't been intentional, so the third should also be spontaneous. They hadn't even clearly stated what the stakes were after winning. As Seiya thought this, he saw the bridge ahead, which had been severed due to the recent natural disaster. Let's bet on whether his car can fly across it. But just as he was about to speak, rather than a coincidence, it was more like a turning point of fate. The world before his eyes cracked like glass, forming countless fissures. In the space overflowing with divine energy, a resonant sound from a distant world vibrated across this land. Emerging from the shattered fissures was a wild boar as massive as a mountain, and that sound that shook the heavens and earth was its voice. Faintly, he seemed to hear a girl's seductive and soft voice in the breeze. Son of man, challenge the gods. What kind of fate should he have? As Seiya, he knew the future beforehand, but only a small part of it. In the distant age of myth, Zeus of the sky, Poseidon of the sea, and Hades of the underworld all coveted the earth that humanity relied on for survival. To protect the weak, the peace-loving goddess Athena stood up and engaged in successive wars against the evil divine paths. As a Saint Seiya, he completed his training under the Silver Saint Marin and set out on the road home. Then, in the Galaxian Wars, he met Shiryu, Hyoga, Shun, and Ikki. The five bronze saints grew through constant warfare. In the future, they would face the Pope who plotted to usurp the throne, the sea god Poseidon who intended to submerge the earth, Hades who attempted to bring eternal darkness, and the sun god. For the sake of the earth and humanity, he and his companions would step forward time and again. However, the scene before him was completely different from what he had known from television. A magnificent wild boar, as large as a mountain, suddenly appeared in the sea and made landfall with a powerful momentum, smashing the surrounding buildings one by one. Seiya seemed to realize something and turned his head to look at the friend he had briefly met. He, or rather his face, bore an expression of helplessness. It seems our third match must be saved for later, there is no helping it. However, I still carry the promise of a battle with the God King, so I cannot be hindered in a place like this and return to myth. I shall take my leave first this time, and I look forward to our next encounter. The moment the words fell, the boy god's form floated and flew toward the angry divine beast. Accompanied by thunder and hurricanes, the two completely mismatched figures vanished together into the domain fragments scattered with cracks. 10 minutes later, a panting red figure finally appeared before Seiya. Knight from a foreign land, please tell me everything you know about the god manifested on this island. My name is Erica Blandelli. If you are a learned knight, you should understand the significance of my name. Although Erica's attitude was polite yet firm, her hand was quietly placed on her waist. As a witch who had witnessed the Asian youth fighting the incarnation of the storm, if the other party was truly a magus summoning a disobedient god for evil, she was ready to call upon Lionheart at any time. Erica. The wild boar. The boy. Victory. Returning to myth. Erica, in her red dress, looked at the Asian youth with an even more solemn expression because he was far too self-centered, completely ignoring her inquiry. With every name he uttered, the expression on his face changed, from amazement to doubt, to shock, and finally to calm, leaving only his imposing aura fluctuating. Finally, she actually saw a trace of helplessness on his face. It was an expression extremely similar to that of the boy god from just now, a mix of complex emotions and resignation. I am Athena's Saint Seiya. Don't ask me what a Saint Seiya is, I want some peace and quiet. Because of the myths passed down by humans since ancient times, they have concrete forms. The essence of heaven, earth, and stars, and the constituent elements of nature like earth, wind, water, fire, metal, and wood, are the supernatural forces at the core of myths, and they manifest through them. This is what a god is, this is the hypothesis established by us magi. However, some of the manifested gods rebel against the myth that serves as their core. Therefore, these gods who resist myth are called disobedient gods. They manifest without permission on lands unrelated to their myths and bring about calamities. The mere presence of a god's power there brings ill effects to the human world. At this moment, in a forest cabin in Olena, a witch wearing only underwear brewed a pot of coffee and lay lazily on the bed. 3 people were sitting inside this primitive forest cabin: a knight from Milan, a Saint Seiya from the fairy realm, and the owner of this place, a long-lived witch who had resided in the world for over 100 years, Lucrezia Zora. Although she was a witch who had lived for over a century, her appearance remained that of someone in her early 20s. However, her current posture was truly nothing to be admired. She was a beauty wearing only underwear, welcoming guests while lying on a bed. Her lively eyes emitted an incredible charm, and her long flaxen hair was also very beautiful. Then she lifted her foot and lightly stepped on Seiya's thigh. Seiya took the initiative to stand up, took the coffee, offered his thanks, and then brought Erica's coffee to her. "Madam, this is a grimoire held by a young man from the Far East whom we met on the way. He said he was following his grandfather's instructions to deliver this top-tier grimoire into your hands." After Erica finished speaking, she took out the divine tool tablet from her backpack. "Oh, how nostalgic. It's the Prometheus tablet. It really is this. A long time ago, I discovered this thing deep in the Caucasus Mountains. It's been nearly a century since I last saw it. The divine tool known as the Prometheus tablet was a top-tier grimoire, yet it was a tablet crudely carved with a man bound in chains." The witch Zora gently stroked the rough surface of the tablet, a look of nostalgia appearing on her face, but it soon turned to surprise again as she took a deep look at Seiya, who was sitting next to Erica. Erica also noticed the change in Zora's gaze, but she did not look closely into the possible connection between the two. After taking a sip of coffee, she looked at the ancient witch with a serious expression. "Madam, may I ask a few questions?" Erica sat upright. "There's no need to be so formal. You're Lord Paolo's granddaughter, aren't you? I'm an old acquaintance of your grandparents. There's no need to be so polite, just think of me as your close older sister. Did you encounter a disobedient god?" Erica's face was grave. Although the witch was currently lying on the bed with her body exposed and highly seductive, Erica Blandelli, as a great knight, could keenly perceive that the other woman wasn't intentionally striking this provocative pose. Rather, it was the only pose she could manage. This was because the spell power on her body was almost equal to that of a mortal, and she was even relying on the magic originally set up in the room to maintain her defenses. Such a state of depleted spell power was nearly impossible for an ancient witch of her high standing. The only explanation was the disobedient god that had appeared on this island. "My, you truly are the great knight known as the Crimson Devil in Milan, you've seen right through me. In order to protect myself on that battlefield, I had to use magic that exceeded my limits. Thanks to that, my spell power is completely exhausted. It will take about 3 months to recover. I can't use large-scale incantations for the time being, and I can't even move my body. It's quite a bother." The long-lived ancient witch stroked her left cheek and sighed, but no sorrow could be seen on her face. However, Erica, sitting before her, suddenly felt a surge of spirit and revealed a smooth smile that didn't match her tough exterior. "Madam, could I request that you reveal the identity of the god manifested on this island? We will also take responsibility for your personal safety during this period." This girl really was a bit too self-centered. Seiya hadn't even agreed to an alliance with her, yet she took it upon herself to count him and her as a single unit. But Erica had her own calculations. The witch before her, who had survived witnessing the descent of a disobedient god, held crucial information in her mind, which was very important to her. "That's no problem. However, Erica, during your time on the island, you should have gained some understanding of the identity of the manifested god." Erica glanced at Seiya beside her and nodded slightly. "It is likely a disobedient god manifesting the aspect of storms and ferocity from myth. Judging by the natural disasters that have occurred on this island recently, it should be a war god. According to the history of Sardinia, under the background of cultural fusion during the era of Alexander the Great, some subjects migrated to southern Italy under the guidance of Pompey. The one manifested here should be the chief god of Semitic mythology, Baal. After saying this, Erica stared intently at the witch lying on the bed. She saw a smile play across the witch's lips, who then suddenly asked a completely irrelevant question. As expected of the young lady of the prestigious Blandelli family in the magic world, you are quite knowledgeable about the origins of various myths. Do you intend to replicate the miraculous feat achieved by your ancestors and become a godslayer? The moment those three words were spoken, Erica's breathing faltered almost imperceptibly. She looked directly into the witch's eyes and proudly stood tall. I am not that conceited. Of course, if there is an opportunity, I wouldn't mind becoming someone like Lord Salvatore, but that is merely an extravagant hope. However, the idea of sealing a god's existence or suppressing him is still there. That is quite an arrogant thought. It seems you have made full preparations, the witch sighed softly. But only when you truly face a god will you know if you possess the corresponding nature. I shall keep your teachings in mind. Erica nodded slightly. I know a young person like you won't listen, but since you are Lord Paolo's granddaughter, all I can do is tell you the identity of the god manifested here as much as possible. Zora showed a slight look of nostalgia. Although what you said just now was mostly correct, there is still something that needs to be corrected. Is it the name? Erica asked. What sharp wisdom. At this moment, the witch Zora suddenly looked at the youth Seiya. And you, my cute little master, what is your judgment? Melkart, Seiya replied. Melkart. Impossible. Erica crossed her arms and coldly refuted Seiya's answer. Don't take me for an ignorant young lady. Before I found you, I had already investigated the boy traveling with you. Seiya smiled slightly. He naturally sensed the goodwill and the very subtle competitive spirit Erica had revealed during this time. She probably regarded him as an ally to fight the disobedient god together, while also viewing him as a rival competing for the miracle of becoming a godslayer. But just like Sister Marin, well, he probably shouldn't call her Sister Marin now. And just like what the witch Lucrezia Zora had said, only at the moment you truly face a god can you be certain whether you have the talent to achieve a miracle. And that kind of talent is 1 in 10,000. AI model. DeepSeek chat. And among those with talent, only an extremely small fraction can achieve the feat of slaying gods. That is why it can be called a miracle. Names themselves represent mystery. In the ancient Far East, there is even a saying that a name is the shortest incantation, the witch spoke softly. Although Baal, Beelzebub, Hadad, and Melkart all point to the same deity, a god manifesting under different names also represents different aspects of corresponding myths. Melkart is the king who unified the ancient Phoenician pantheon. If he manifests under this name, he embodies more the aspects of the king of gods, the great warrior, the mightiest hunter who slew dragons. His form should be that of a robust giant in his prime. But if he manifests under the name Baal, then he is the first among the 72 demon pillars, with a changeable form, sometimes human, sometimes taking other shapes. His voice is harsh. In legends, his image is that of a figure holding a giant hammer in his right hand, a thunderball in his left, wearing a conical crown with 2 horns, and riding upon thunder. He is the ruler of the East and possesses the ability to make people invisible. However, if under the names Baal or Beelzebub, it represents the New Testament aspect, the Phoenician god of seafaring and travel, vilified as a fallen deity in the struggle between monotheism and polytheism in the Mediterranean. If it is Baal Shemem, that symbolizes Greek mythology, representing the chief god Zeus. Such supreme gods and sky gods, varying with time and place, through the collision of different regions and cultures, essentially possess many natures. Supreme deity, king, god of wisdom, god of life, god of war, underworld deity, and so on. Baal is a typical example among them. The mythological aspects reflected by manifestation under different names also vary, and even personality and appearance can change. Therefore, when Erica confirmed the existence of the youthful god, she mistakenly believed it was Baal manifesting in his mutable demonic form. A white-robed youth with such an appearance is quite normal. Even a purple-skinned woman pulling a lightning katana from her cleavage isn't entirely impossible. But unfortunately, Seiya was right. A few days ago, I witnessed the god Melkart manifesting in this form, Zora replied. How is that possible, Lady Lucrezia? I have observed the form of the white-robed youth. If you don't believe me, I have a copy of the surveillance video on my phone. The elder witch said unhurriedly to the interrupting Erica, your observation is correct, but how can you be sure that only one disobedient god has descended this time? More than one disobedient god. At this moment, Erica's thoughts came to a brief halt. The descent of a single disobedient god could potentially lead to the destruction of several countries or even the entire world. With multiple disobedient gods, one might as well give up and go to sleep. Indeed, aren't there standing stones in Sassari? 5 days ago, near there, I perceived through Inchi that anomalous divine power was gathering. To observe the situation, I went there. What I saw was a scene of two gods fighting. One was Melkart, the other a god in the form of a warrior wielding a golden sword. The result of their fierce battle was mutual severe injury. Lucrezia Zora let out a soft, delicate sigh. At this moment, she leaned slightly against Seiya's shoulder, observing with interest the young man with an indifferent expression and the young woman frowning in deep thought before her. Only when Erica's eyebrows were nearly knitted into the character for mountain did she satisfy her mischievousness and leisurely begin to explain, don't worry, dear Erica. I'll finish soon. Melkart struck with his club, and the other god struck with his golden sword, delivering final blows to each other. Both were severely wounded. Melkart transformed into lightning and flew away, while the god of the golden sword shattered into pieces. I see. Now everything makes sense. Erica excitedly stood up. The victorious form of the white-robed youth, the storm-manifesting divine avatar, the pitch-black destructive boar, the recurring natural disasters, all of it now had an explanation. Several days ago, a disobedient god manifested and, for unknown reasons, engaged in a great battle with a second manifesting disobedient god. The outcome was that the divine king Melkart was severely wounded and vanished, while the sword god manifesting as a warrior transformed into a youth. Her excitement now stemmed from not having to face two gods directly, the fact that these two gods were still hostile to each other, and that they were currently both in a severely wounded state. Although she spoke humble words, as the young lady of the Blandelli family, the current Crimson Devil, and a direct descendant of the Devil King Campione, how could her heart not harbor the ambition to slay gods? Severely wounded deities at this moment were themselves the best opportunity to bridge the gap between them. And then, what is the current state of the gods? Erica asked excitedly. I didn't witness it firsthand, but through Inchi, I perceived that the sword god's body split into pieces, each transforming into a new form. One became a boar, another an eagle, and others a horse, a goat, and various other creatures. These fragments immediately flew away towards the sea or the sky. In other words, the giant beasts appearing all over the island are all fragments born from the god of the golden sword. The storm god defeated by Seiya was Melkart's avatar, and they are both still on this island. Who knows? Neither Melkart nor the sword god could recover in such a short time. If they were recovering, my Inchi should have given some premonition, but there was none. It's not impossible they have left Sardinia. Erica trembled with fear yet was also excited beyond control. Now, the severely wounded divine king and the sword-wielding war god were still slumbering on this island, as if a countdown to the apocalypse had been pressed. When the time reached zero, the supreme ruler of the sky and the dragon-slaying war god would awaken, returning to their forms as disobedient gods. That would be a calamity, supreme beings defying myth, matchable only by god-slaying beasts. Yet the nearest devil king was still in South Africa. By the time he arrived, this island, even this country, might have sunk into the sea. It was as if fate had built a stage just for her. She was the destined savior. Madam, I have an impertinent request and hope you will agree. Erica suddenly rose solemnly, looking towards Lucrezia Zora. You want the grimoire in my possession, don't you? Lucrezia Zora smiled, picking up the Prometheus tablet in her hand. Having her thoughts seen through by the ancient witch, Erica no longer concealed them. Yes, your insight is sharp. This grimoire itself is also a top-tier divine artifact. If I can utilize its power effectively, perhaps for sealing the gods, I would be more confident. Unfortunately, You do not meet the conditions for using this divine artifact. Lucrezia Zora shook her head. Madam, I am also a witch and have some experience with the use of various grimoires, Erica quickly interjected. Haven't you noticed? Although your spirit is very excited, this state is not suitable for making decisions. Although my little cottage is not large, I can still tidy up a room for you to rest. You should sleep first. Erica wanted to say more, but seeing the witch Zora's uncompromising expression, she could only nod in agreement. Late at night, Seiya opened his eyes. Outside the window, the pitch-black night. The already withered apple tree swayed in the fierce wind, looking like a gaunt ghost in the instant the lightning illuminated the earth. He recalled his training days in the fairy realm, the 3 years of tempering, the people he regarded as Marin and Shayna, and also the beautiful young woman who occasionally appeared in the forest to perform a grand worship. Originally, he thought she was a maiden who revered the Saint Seiya and came to pay homage. Now, looking back, there were many familiar faces among them. Flowers would grow where they walked, they could call forth the miracles of spring. And the girls holding hands, singing and dancing by springs, in forests, and in the midst of the sea, they wore gossamer garments, their figures graceful. How had he not noticed before? Or perhaps, his attention simply wasn't on it. You're awake. Your sleep is light, or perhaps you simply can't sleep. A gentle voice came from beside him. On this island about to be destroyed, whether swept into the sea by the storm or dying in one's sleep, no one can say which will come first. Seiya turned his head to look at the figure beside him. Even by the faint night light, Seiya could still make out the young woman's full appearance. It was the ancient witch of the Earth's extreme position, Lucrezia Zora, the owner of this house. So it was perfectly reasonable for her to appear here. That would be strange. A girl who climbs into a man's bed in the middle of the night, even a single tear wouldn't be so cheap. As a European witch, Zora had a remarkably curvaceous figure, a beautiful oval face, and a model-like 8 heads tall stature. Yet, her fullness seemed about to burst from her undergarments, reminiscent of a peach at the end of spring or beginning of summer. This was beauty full of feminine charm. Even searching on resource websites, it would be hard to find something so provocative. But now she was clinging to Seiya, and unconsciously pressing her fullness against him. Thank you, I'm not interested. Seiya raised his hand, indicating refusal. But soon Seiya realized something was wrong. This ancient, long-lived witch was in an unconscious state. In the darkness, the purple light in her eyes flickered uncertainly. Veins bulged on her arms, and tree-like patterns on her abdomen appeared and disappeared under the moonlight. Although in an extremely ambiguous state, she was gripping Seiya's wrist tightly, as if wanting to merge her body into his, rubbing against him like an affectionate kitten. Seiya didn't understand the witch's power system, but he could see her condition wasn't right. And his choice was naturally to slap her. The slap was crisp, the feel excellent. Her slightly dazed, parted vermilion lips and innocent look further stirred Seiya's appetite. Seeing the approaching left cheek, Seiya raised his hand to slap again, but couldn't bring it down. Because the witch had already awakened faintly. Are you all right, madam? Seiya supported her shoulders, asking with concern. Why does my right cheek feel sore? Lucrezia Zora delicately touched her face. It's normal. This is how my hometown restores the soul of a lost child. Madam, I feel like your condition is not quite right. Seiya looked at the witch before him. In fact, her gaze toward him during the day had already been strange, and now it had clearly intensified significantly. It's probably the state of magic thirst. Suddenly, a life form overflowing with magical power entered my barrier, so I'm bound to be affected to some extent. Lucrezia Zora lay weakly against Seiya's body. Although she was just simply lying there, Seiya already noticed that the energy dissipating from his body was being hungrily absorbed into her. As you can see, in that great battle witnessing the disobedient god, in order to protect myself on that battlefield, I had to use magic that exceeded my limits. Now, my magical power is in a completely exhausted state. Losing the ability to protect myself in such a dangerous situation is truly quite troublesome. As a great witch at the peak of the earth, this sudden state of magical power deficiency was even more uncomfortable than being thirsty in a desert for several days. If left alone, she might be able to recover after a few days, but it just so happened that Seiya and Erika visited at this very moment. Although she was saying troubling things, the witch was indeed doing things that troubled Seiya even more. She moved even closer to him. Seiya-chin, what do you say we should do? Lucrezia Zora cupped Seiya's face. At this moment, she could clearly feel that, as a male, he was overflowing with highly active, abundant energy, and even had the god ancestor mark of the highest earthly rank inscribed on his body. This energy, which was completely different from ordinary magical power, possessed a great temptation for her, or rather, for all witches. Especially since she was currently in a state of magic thirst. It was no wonder her body had unconsciously come to him. Seiya was rarely hesitant at this moment because, in her current state, even a simple push might touch an inappropriate area. He had intended to cover her with a quilt, but unexpectedly, she dove directly into his arms. How disappointing, Seiya-chin. Not actively responding to a girl's affection means you are completely unqualified as a man. Inside the quilt, Lucrezia Zora wrapped her arms around Seiya's neck, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. I refuse. What you truly crave is not me as a person, but my magical power, right? Seiya felt that he had come at the wrong time. He had visited 3 days earlier than the original plot, and clearly, the witch before him was in a much more thirsty state than in the story. Although the beauty before him was pretty and full of charm, with a seductive and supple figure, the most important thing right now was. Seiya stopped moving because he was staring intently at what she pulled out from her chest. It was a tablet crudely carved with a man bound by chains, which was the top-tier grimoire, the divine tool, the Prometheus tablet. Wow! What a despicable and evil witch. To actually try to use a divine tool to force me to submit. I will absolutely not submit. Even like this, do you still want to refuse, my dear? At this moment, Lucrezia Zora showed a mischievous smile and tucked the divine tool back into her ample bosom. In that instant, Seiya yielded. Why me? Erika has been praying for this divine tool even more. As a great knight and a witch with the bloodline of the Blandelli family, perhaps she would be able to utilize this power even better, Seiya said. Fine, I'll be direct. It's not really anything important. I just want you to become a shackle for that young lady to lower her arrogance a bit. If I were to just hand over the Prometheus tablet to her like that, given her proud personality, what do you think she would do? There was no need for much thought. Seiya could immediately find the answer. She would certainly take it to confront a god immediately. Perhaps in Erika's subconscious, even dying on the path of charging toward a disobedient god would be a glory bathing in the honor of her ancestors. And most importantly, she lacks the qualifications to use this divine tool. From the moment I obtained it, I discovered that this divine tool was already in an activated state. Do you know what its activation condition is? Without waiting for Seiya's answer, the witch provided it. That is, one must have a considerable understanding of gods and have spent some time with a god to be able to activate this miracle tablet that usurps the great power of gods. The Prometheus tablet, even among numerous divine tools, holds a very special status. I see. Just as Seiya was about to take the divine tool that Erika sought but could not obtain, he did not expect the other party to mischievously take it back. How about now, Seiya-chin? You wouldn't want the tablet to gather dust, would you? The witch said with a highly seductive allure. I'm sorry, madam, I really need this power. I will do whatever it takes. Although this sentence appeared in Seiya's mind, he did not say it out loud, but his expression of submission had already made the witch understand. You should know what to do now, the witch said, approaching with a knowing smile. Saint Seiya, let me see your determination to protect humanity and the earth. Just as the witch was caressing Seiya, Seiya suddenly asked about a completely irrelevant matter. If it hadn't been me who came today, but someone else, another knight, would you have done this too? Or is it that this tablet must be handed to me, and that is why this happened? Upon hearing this, the witch, who was slightly dazed by the impulse of magic thirst, raised her head slightly. She looked at the young man's face, and after a few seconds of silence, she immediately revealed an incredibly brilliant smile. No, the witch replied. It seemed as if she had made up her mind, and also as if her current state no longer required concealment. Because as early as 3 years ago, the moment I saw your figure throwing punches by the sea in the fairyland, I decided that I wanted to sleep with you. Upon hearing this, Seiya's vision went black. 3 years ago? How old was he 3 years ago? Oh no, he had encountered an intense woman. But it was too late to regret. The juggernaut that had coveted the beauty of the Saint Seiya 3 years ago had already run him over. The pleasure he was tasting for the first time in his life was close at hand. It was bad, in short, it was bad, absolutely bad. The sense of fulfillment that threatened to numb his brain only accelerated the sense of criminal immorality. The night passed quickly. The next day, watching Erica sitting upright at the oak-long table eating instant bread and cheap instant coffee, Seiya nodded at her. He just felt a bit empty inside. About 30% of his energy had been squeezed out. Sigh, but this was a necessary sacrifice. Perhaps it was the magic attached to this forest cabin, or perhaps this earth witch who could listen to the voice of gods had not completely lost her magical abilities as she claimed. At least the soundproofing effect was quite good. Sir Seiya, have you rested well? If there are no issues, hurry up and eat breakfast. Our next destination is RNC Town, Erica said. Why RNC? Do you have any leads? Seiya recalled slightly. RNC Town was a town located north of this forest, about 60 kilometers away. If traveling by car, it would take an hour. If on foot, it might be reached in a while. Didn't Lady Lucrezia tell you? Through Inchi, she sensed that magical power was gathering near RNC Town, and it was of a very high caliber, Erica said, puffing out her chest and looking at the Asian youth before her with slight pride. Although she regarded Seiya as a reliable combat partner, she also carried a potential sense of competition. Upon discovering that Lucrezia valued her more than Seiya, she inevitably felt some desire to show off. Seiya smiled slightly and didn't say much, just sat at the long table and ate the instant breakfast Erica had prepared. Regarding Seiya's attitude, Erica felt a little discouraged, as powerless as if her fists had hit a giant breast. But soon, she noticed something was wrong. She suddenly leaned close to Seiya, sniffed like a puppy, and then deeply furrowed her brows. This divine aura lingering on you, Why is the Prometheus tablet with you? Seiya did not hide the ability of the divine tool, nor did he intend to hide it. After all, it would have to be taken out and used sooner or later. The top-tier grimoire was placed on the table before him. At this moment, the Saint Seiya ate his bread unhurriedly, and only after taking a sip of milk did he speak. Sooner or later, I will have to face gods, so naturally, I must make full preparations. Lucrezia does not have the ability to confront them for the time being, so naturally, it was handed over to me, Seiya replied. That's not fair. Lady Lucrezia. I have more experience in utilizing grimoires. Erica looked at the witch beside her. At this moment, the witch was wearing sheer gauze, looking at the proud knight with a rosy complexion. Leaning against the wall while holding coffee, she spoke equally unhurriedly. There's nothing fair or unfair about it. Erica Chin, because this is my property, I give it to whomever I want. I give it to whomever I want. This sounded truly overbearing, but this single sentence made Erica lose her temper. But my relationship with you is closer than his, Erica said, feeling a bit aggrieved. Lady Lucrezia raised her eyebrows in surprise. Don't you know? I thought that since you were traveling with him, you already knew his identity. AI model. Gemini -3.0 Flash. What? A sense of foreboding rose in Erica's heart. Just like Lancelot in Celtic myth, who was cared for by the Lady of the Lake, or Zeus in Greek myth, raised by nymphs, he is a child raised by the witch Queen Guinevere in the fairy realm connected to Yomi. From a legalistic standpoint, you might even have to call him, Little Master. Oranchi is a coastal town. It has valleys near the sea and rugged canyon areas nearby. This ancient town was built as far back as the Roman era, appearing somewhat mysterious due to its age. After many historical changes, one of the two lush, solitary mountains in the bay has joined with the mainland, acting as a screen for Oranchi. The other stands alone at the bay's exit, like a gateway. Rumor has it that Alexander the Great once spent a month attacking this place. Due to the island's geographical characteristics, it is also an area influenced by many cultures. After getting off the bus at the main road stop, which had only a police station and a few small shops, Seiya and Erika first looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Compared to what they noticed in the morning, the cloud cover had significantly increased. There is indeed a staggering amount of cursed power lingering here, and a very subtle divine aura is gathering in the air, Seiya said. That is divine chi. As a child raised by a god ancestor, you shouldn't be unfamiliar with this, Erika said, having reined in her minor emotions to speak with Seiya calmly. When it reaches a threshold, the divine incarnation of calamity will descend upon the earth, which will inevitably draw out the disobedient god, the boy who was with you before. Calamity, huh, Seiya sighed softly. As if the cloudless blue sky from yesterday was a lie, Seiya felt an ominous premonition regarding the first overcast day he had seen since arriving in Sardinia. At this moment, Erika looked at her partner beside her with curious eyes. That majesty is consciously reclaiming his own incarnations. As the only person who has had long-term contact with him, Sir Seiya, have you perceived his true nature? A god of war, a warrior wielding a sword. The boar of destruction, thunder, and storms are all his incarnations. In mythology, gods capable of holding such authorities are all chief gods occupying significant positions within their pantheons. Through the which, they had already been able to identify the other disobedient god. But regarding the god of the sword whose various incarnations were scattered about, Erika still couldn't quite make up her mind. Because Sardinia's geographical location is so unique, records show that the Phoenicians settled here around 800 BC, making them the earliest settlers. After that, first the Greeks and then the Carthaginians invaded the north. In 238 BC, the Romans began a brutal occupation. In 227 BC, Sardinia became a province of the Roman Empire. Over 600 years later, it was occupied by the Vandals. Subsequently, it was held by the Byzantines and the Saracens. The island was acquired by Pisa in the 11th century and later owned by Genoa, which fought for control. In 1326, the Kingdom of Aragon gained control of Sardinia. Spanish rule lasted until 1708, after which it belonged to Austria. In 1720, Sardinia was ceded to the House of Savoy and incorporated into the Kingdom of Piedmont-Sardinia. During the wars against the French Revolution at the end of the 18th century, Piedmont was annexed by France. After the fall of the Napoleonic Empire, the Kingdom of Sardinia's continental territories were returned. Too many countries, too many cultures, too many potential candidates to suspect. Erika could only narrow down the scope of suspicion as much as possible through the characteristics manifested by the god. Fortunately, the authorities held by the opponent were extremely distinct features. Several names were already lingering in her heart, awaiting final confirmation. As partners, Seiya and Erika were also seen as a couple by the town's residents. The festival of Saint Ephysius was approaching, and a little girl even brought wreaths and bracelets woven from olive branches to give to the two. But at the very moment Erika happily accepted the wreath, thunderous light tore through the sky. Without any warning, amidst the flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder, rain poured down in torrents. Tourists on the streets scrambled into the shelter of eaves, while local residents, having seen the signs, had already returned home. Only Erika and Seiya remained, looking up at the lightning serpents twisting within the dark clouds. And those wildly dancing lightning serpents were merely the vessels being trampled by a truly divine beast. A divine beast born from the storm and dark clouds took its first steps of rebirth. Like a Chinese dragon coiling in the air, it was a massive creature without feathers or wings, a goat, leading the wind, clouds, rain, and thunder as it flew through the sky. Mythology had once again descended into reality. As if sensing something, Seiya looked back. He saw the boy holding the golden sword, treading through the wind and rain, descending upon the world. The sky and earth were hazy, everything changing like floating clouds. At this time, Lucrezia Zora, the eternal witch who no longer appeared weak, watched the changing weather in the sky. Even without setting up any rituals, as a high witch of the earth, she could still sense a very dense divine chi gathering to the northwest. She stroked her lower abdomen. Don't misunderstand, this area is called the dantian below the navel in the east, and it is also of paramount importance in the system of magecraft, as cursed power and chi are generated from here. Her originally depleted cursed power had been replenished in a short time to a level sufficient for self-defense. And this was all thanks to him. Even this special energy, which was similar to the versatile cursed power but seemed more unique, caused her to have slight hallucinations. But suddenly at this moment, her heart began to pound like an out-of-control pendulum. A cold wind from the night blew against her face. In the pitch-black, lightless environment, she even lost all her five senses, only her most fundamental inchi was still laboriously functioning. Zora instinctively knelt on the ground because, in that instant, she was forced into a state where she couldn't resist. Something even more terrifying than a god's incarnation of calamity had just appeared beside her. The overwhelming pressure was fleeting, but in that brief moment just now, she felt as if she had fallen into the underworld. After several heavy gasps, she struggled to use her highest level of spiritual sense to peer at the traces left behind. Even now, her eyes could not penetrate that secret darkness, she only vaguely saw through Inchi a girl wearing a cat-eared knit hat standing on the bed where Seiya had previously slept. Darkness, secrets, the underworld, life and death, an owl. These thin bits of information pieced together a blurry outline. A god, a deity. Zora was drenched in sweat. On this island isolated in the Mediterranean, could it be welcoming a third disobedient god? The divine beast that brought calamity descended along with the god. For the town of Aranchi, it was a terrifying scene of the world being turned upside down. Horrific screams, cries of shock, frantic commotion, everyone wailed as if falling into hell. The storm blew light objects like wood and cloth into the sky. Lightning flashed briefly in the dark, gloomy sky from time to time, and thunderbolts falling from the heavens scorched the ground and destroyed buildings. Yet in this wind and rain, someone moved against the current. Even while Seiya was still carefully considering a strategy, Erika had already summoned her top-tier spiritual equipment and charged forward. With an attitude bold to the point of fearlessness, using the high-level magecraft boots of Hermes as wings and holding the top-tier spiritual equipment Lionheart, Erika actually moved through the wind and rain at a staggering speed, closing in on the goat incarnation that was raining down divine lightning. Great Sovereign, please hear my word of advice, Erika shouted in the rain. Though her attitude was incredibly humble, her actions were an affront to divine majesty. She summoned Lionheart and, without any hesitation, unleashed the strongest trump card she could master. It was to imbue her weapon with the same magical power as the holy spear that pierced Jesus. If it could harm even a god and make them bleed, then piercing the goat's defense was certainly not out of the question. But this act of offending the divine countenance drew an even more terrifying divine wrath. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Countless buildings were struck by lightning, all sorts of things were blown away by the gale, and a rare torrential rain eroded the already battered town. What a reckless young lady, Seiya sighed softly. He didn't dislike her resolve to swing a sword at a god. No matter what her purpose was, as long as she was a warrior who had the courage to throw a punch in a predicament, he wouldn't dislike her. At this moment, Seiya seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head to look southeast, toward the location of the witch's house where he had come from. Just for a split second, a fluctuation that made his heart skip a beat appeared there. It seemed very foreign, yet also very familiar. What was it? But soon, his attention was drawn to the east, for a white stallion of brilliant color had appeared there. For two incarnations of gods to appear at the same time in such a short period, Seiya didn't know whether to call it the war god's good luck or humanity's misfortune. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Erika was already moving so fast she seemed to be flying. The stone-paved streets were constantly crumbling, she leapt across eaves, walls, streetlights, and any place on buildings where she could find a foothold, her feet barely touching the ground. Saint Thomas, share your martyrdom with others. Along with the new words of power, Erika hurled her spear. A cursed spear throw endowed with a certain certain hit effect was difficult even for a god to escape, let alone beings lower than gods, such as divine beasts or sacred beasts. The spear carved a deep wound into the goat's lower abdomen. If things continued like this, perhaps she really could achieve a feat equal to Seiya's, that is, defeating a god's incarnation. If she didn't possess such strength, she wouldn't have harbored such arrogant ambition. But at that very moment, She heard these words. Step back, witch. This is not a battlefield where your kind is permitted. Words are power, and words of power are commands. Erica's entire body was bound by these simple words, and she retreated involuntarily, looking up at the white-robed boy descending through the wind and rain. He had actually appeared. No, that's not right, it should be him. The white-robed boy possessed a divine aura far surpassing that of the previous day. Clearly, during this time, he had reclaimed several of his incarnations, and even Erica could not estimate to what extent he had recovered. But what truly drove Erica to despair was something else. She found her body trembling uncontrollably. This was an uncontrollable fear stemming from a vast difference at the soul level. Just as a rabbit might go into shock upon smelling a tiger, or how human saliva is a deadly toxin to certain snakes, the immense gap between human and God made it difficult for even the proud Erica to even conceive the thought of fighting him. At this moment, the voices of her uncle and the witch rang in her ears once more. Only when you truly face a disobedient God can you understand whether you possess the corresponding talent. However, losers have no right to survive. A presence and a sense of pressure that completely crushed her family's obsession and her pride as a genius witch. Even though her entire face turned pale, she did not dare to talk back to the words of a true disobedient God. There wasn't even a hint of resistance in her eyes, she hadn't even expected herself to ever make such an expression. It turned out she was the talentless fool. Erica suddenly realized this point just before the brink of death. Stand up. If you are afraid, then stand behind me. A third voice rang out across the battlefield. As this voice rang out, Erica suddenly regained control of her body, but there was no joy on her face. It was only because a figure had stepped forward to bear everything in her stead. Erica could suddenly breathe again. He stood before the storm, the overwhelming pressure pouring onto him like waves crashing against a pitch-black reef on the coast, yet he remained motionless. From his back, he didn't look particularly tall. He wasn't radiant like Salvatore, nor did he exude an elegant kingly aura like Alexander, but at this moment, his posture was equal to that of a god. The boy who called himself a Saint Seiya, bearing the title of Saint, the highest rank a mortal can achieve. So the one who possesses talent isn't me, but him. Erica suddenly understood this after regaining her ability to think. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of Zora in the House of Witches, had she already seen this in advance. With Seiya standing in front, Erica's pressure was reduced by more than half. Could you tell us juniors your honorable name, undefeated god of the East? Suddenly, Erica bent her knees and respectfully lowered her head. The boy looking down at her, the boy god, showed an expression of interested scrutiny. To use such etiquette to evade the curse I placed upon you, you are truly a clever young girl, even guessing my true name. I warn you first, the body you take pride in is as fragile as glass before us. The paths of humans and gods shall never cross. Erica did not speak again. Although she had much more to say, the boy god's gaze was no longer on her, and that invisible restraint forced her to remain silent. The boy and Seiya seemed to have returned to the starting point. It is you. Are you also one of those foolish people who follow in my footsteps? The boy god narrowed his eyes slightly as if smiling, but all that could be felt was a bone-chilling coldness. Seiya did not answer for the moment, instead looking at the familiar yet strange white-robed boy before him. There was a certain decisive difference compared to the boy he had seen before. He was thin and not very tall, yet he had a very powerful presence. He had an exquisite face similar to Maitreya Bodhisattva, but it made one feel that he was an incomprehensible, non-human existence. This was not a human face, it was merely modeled after one, making it a piece of art more beautiful than any human. But most important was that arrogant divinity which had transcended humanity and manifested a state of reigning above all living things. Even the friendliness once in his eyes had been replaced by indifference. He had reclaimed his name. He was the war god of ancient Persia, the warrior god who held victory and governed royal power, Veleslana. Do you also wish to follow the example of that foolish witch beside you and attempt to challenge a god? The boy god showed his usual, misty, archaic smile. Step back. Although there is still an unfulfilled promise between us, with my current state, it is impossible for you to achieve victory no matter what. Moreover, you are currently in an incomplete state. As the nature of the god of wind who guides travelers and the god of victory who perceives the enemy's weaknesses, the moment he met Seiya again, he saw through Seiya's most fatal flaw. That is, the lack of the most important protection, the weapon that resonates with and even sublimates his own power, likely a garment. Currently, he was completely unqualified to complete their unfinished third match. Indeed, whether a Saint Seiya lacking a saint cloth could still be called a Saint Seiya was a question. And wanting to challenge a god with only a bronze saint cloth was indeed somewhat beyond his capabilities, but if victory and defeat, the outcome of a battle, were to be calculated by such a simple comparison of strength, would there still be conflict in the world? Everyone could just show their power before the fight. The war god Veleslana narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the mortal before him who had once formed a deep bond with him. I only ask you one thing. Must you fight the final battle with the king of gods, Melkart, on this island? Seiya questioned. Have you forgotten? I am currently a deviant body. I was indeed a guardian of light and justice, but now, I am the deviant god of strife. Hee, kid, it was truly interesting when I could play with you. With an unprecedentedly cheerful momentum, the war god Veleslana released his battle signal to the entire world. Not long ago, all my divine qualities were lost, so the aura of a disobedient god was very thin, different from my original existence. But now that 3 incarnations have been reclaimed, it is completely different. I have returned to my original self. I am now the disobedient god of strife. It was indeed different from before. Greater than before, stronger than before, holier than before, non-human, a completely different person. And he was conscious of the many transgressive acts he had committed. This was a disobedient god, a god who defied the myths woven by humans. But the war god's laughter stopped because the pressure he was wantonly expanding outward came to an abrupt halt at this moment. Opposite him, a brilliant silver aura erupted like a vigorous volcano. The heat haze effect even distorted the atmosphere, causing the world permeated by his pressure to be partitioned by a domain that did not belong to him. Starlight swirled in Seiya's pupils as he took large strides toward the war god. By now, the situation was clear, and no more words were needed. The only thing Seiya could say and the only thing he could do were those few words. Burn. Under the gaze of the disobedient war god Veleslana, the approaching Seiya spoke. It was like words of power, but it wasn't aimed at the outside world. Rather, it was a miraculous key aimed only at himself. It was in essence like a torrent of power. My little universe. Colliding momentums, clashing bodies, distorted divine power. Erica did not see the following scene with her own eyes, for the shockwave from the collision sent her flying, her body stiff and unable to move. When she finally scrambled up from the ground and looked up, she beheld a scene straight out of myth. The young war god, wreathed in golden flames, was locked in a fierce struggle with the Saint Seiya, who surged with silver waves. The Pegasus meteor fist struck again. Combat techniques propelled by a fully burning little universe transformed into streaks of light wrapped in fire and torrential rain, hurtling toward the disobedient war god. They tore through the atmosphere and sound with ease. Yet, the war god offered no defense, simply sweeping his arm to command the air before him, whipping up a storm to swallow those hundreds of flowing lights. He laughed aloud, the terrifying golden solar eyes of the disobedient Veleslana lighting up within his sockets as he regained the form of that arrogant god of victory. He, too, abandoned all weaponry to engage in a life and death struggle with the Saint Seiya. In the southern part of Sardinia, deep within an underground cavern, a burly, mature man sitting on an altar by the water suddenly opened his eyes. To start a battle so recklessly after only recovering a portion of his divine power, he truly doesn't hold this old man as an opponent in his eyes. The burly man looked toward the direction of the battlefield. This island itself was his territory, nothing that happened on it could easily escape his gaze. As the God King, Melkart was using sleep to rapidly recover from his injuries, but he had been startled awake by the distant battle. Though he spoke thus, even a war god Veleslana who had only reclaimed a few of his divine incarnations was a formidable enemy. For a human to be able to fight him to such an extent, could they be a paladin among men, or a peak martial artist who had reached the realm of nirvana? But soon, he sensed another aura. Is there even a lord of the underworld come from the other side of the distant ocean? Sardinia, the coastal area near the town of Aranci. Brilliance flashed and thunder surged as the rolling sound of thunder approached from afar. The heavy gates of the heavens swung open, and at that moment, golden serpents of lightning tore through the dark clouds, illuminating a figure bathed in divine majesty. The simple warm-up is over. Prepare for my judgment. The white-robed youth stood at the gateway of the storm. The wind howled like a mad dragon, and he was the supreme sovereign holding the power over heaven and earth. This was a warm-up. That world-shaking battle was just a warm-up. Erica was dumbfounded, but as she looked at the resolute face of the opposing figure, which wore an expression that said, exactly so, she felt her worldview being overturned. But things did not move according to her thoughts. Only those who held authority could make heaven and earth conform to their will. Lightning, lightning, lightning. I am the conqueror who can defeat 1,000 with 100, 10,000 with 1,000, and tens of thousands with 10,000. Now, for me who stands on the side of justice, emit your brilliant radiance and grant me divine power. That which crushes men and demons, all enemies and enmity, is my very self. The wild grass on the ground was pressed low by the gale. No light on earth could compare to the brilliance in the sky. The war god Veleslana employed his newly acquired incarnation. The lightning that had been brewing in the sky for a long time wove together into a golden goat. As it galloped, it transformed into a curtain of golden lightning rain, shooting toward the person on the ground. But Seiya. He revealed a heartfelt smile the moment the other party began chanting the spirit words. The opponent neither held back nor hid anything, but impatiently unleashed a full-power strike. Despite lacking the power of a complete god of victory, the essence of his power remained unchanged. Just like that, my dear friend. Use all your strength to kill me. Otherwise, I won't be able to wait to trample upon this pride of yours that comes from being a god. Immediately after, a light burst from him as well. Though it wasn't exactly dazzling, it was impossible to ignore. His hands traced the trajectories of the stars as he also went all out. With a punching speed exceeding the speed of sound, he released the power of the stars. Pegasus Ryusaken. Thousands upon thousands of meteor-like lights collided with the lightning in the sky. Starlight and lightning exploded, fragments of meteors streaked past the two youths. One walked in the sky bathed in thunder and lightning, while the other stood upon the earth with light flowing around him. Yet, in this confrontation between heaven and earth, their gazes were equal. The young war god also smiled. In the next instant, he took a step forward. The moment he took his first step, Seiya kicked out in another direction. The war god's fist, which suddenly appeared behind Seiya, collided with Seiya's left foot. This was the power of the first incarnation, the wind. In myth, the war god appeared before the sage Zarathustra in the form of a strong wind and spoke thus. I am the strongest, I am the ever-victorious one of the battlefield, and the one who thwarts the enmity of men and demons. The wind would carry him wherever he was needed, but Seiya had long anticipated this move. Do you think the same technique will work twice on a Saint Seiya? Though it was phrased as a question, Seiya's voice rang out with conviction. The war god's smile grew even more radiant. I see. You possess the essence of a warrior similar to my victory. You can discern weaknesses in battle, constantly break through your own limits, and seize victory. The voices of the two youths were gentle, like old friends reminiscing, but their movements were cruel and ruthless. Erica watched the men's slaughter in shock. Both were top-tier warriors. The war god's movements were like swift thunder, but Seiya's slender frame also contained terrifying explosive power. In such a situation, the slightest negligence would lead to death. But both were warriors possessing the highest level of combat intuition. Seiya could reach his enemy in a single leap, but Veleslana had already raised his leg in anticipation. This time, the collision of fist and leg caused Seiya's bones to groan. After a crisp crack, white bone pierced through his arm, and blood flowed freely. It was his physical body. At this moment, his flesh could no longer sustain such high-intensity combat. Before the body of a god, Seiya's physical form, not even wearing his saint cloth, was still too weak. Even his burning little universe could not bridge this gap. His little universe had even been overloaded, burdened by a battle far exceeding its own intensity, and having burned to this point, it was now powerless. The young war god stood before Seiya, whose aura was gradually fading into darkness. With his usual archaic smile, he placed a finger on Seiya's brow. It is your honor to have been able to fight me until this moment. Rest assured, I shall commemorate you forever after your death. If my bull and camel were still with me, that power to crush mountains and sink continents would have. But in the next second, the war god's leisurely smile froze on his face, and he let out a piercing scream. Seiya reached out and grabbed the young war god's wrist. A sudden burst of power forced his entire arm to shatter. The young war god cried out in agony. But it did not end there. Suddenly, Seiya, with a brilliance even greater than before, flew up and drove his knee into the god's chest. There was a thunderous boom, accompanied by the sound of ribs snapping and the pain of an arm about to be torn raw from the body. What a brutal sight. The two figures separated amidst the bursting light. Seiya was radiant, his little universe was actually continuing to burn. Neither the observing gods, nor Erika, nor the young war god had expected this to happen. It was completely irrational, whether in terms of combat or mythology, it was almost impossible. A heavily injured warrior, a warrior whose internal energy had already been exhausted, had actually erupted with unprecedented combat power at the moment of death. But only the saints knew. What of it? If power is exhausted, then burn life. If life is also spent, then burn the soul. As long as consciousness remains, the battle does not stop. As long as one exists, hope can always be grasped. The completely unexpected turn of events caused the war god Veleslana to suffer a heavy blow. However, after accepting all this, both he and Seiya remained calm. Seiya shook his injured arm, his little universe, burning his life to the limit, allowed his bones to reset. He even ignored his heavily injured state and continued to fight. You talk too much. There are no what ifs. If I had the seventh sense and a gold saint cloth, let's find another planet to clash on. Only now did Seiya respond to the young war god's words about holding the bull and camel incarnations. I see. So that's how it is. There are still many things in this world that exceed expectations. Veleslana laughed while clutching his heavily injured arm. He was completely indifferent to the damage he had sustained, even feeling a genuine sense of amusement because of the attack that had exceeded his expectations. As a god, he was also a warrior. With all due respect to his opponent and friend, he drew his sword. If the incarnation that best represented Urislagna's nature was wind, then the most core incarnation was the warrior. And in Veleslana's hand was a sword cast from gold, a massive golden steel blade, a huge double-edged sword whose blade was no smaller than the wielder's height. As if feeling the bone-chilling cold, Seiya's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to sense some tragic possibility, but he still showed no fear. Athena, please release your divine light to bless the Saint Seiya trapped in darkness. I swear, I will fear no death, dread no evil, with every ounce of my strength, every inch of my will, every thread of my soul. I swear, with my soul and my faith, I will banish all enemies that threaten humanity and the earth. He also chanted, but it was not a spell, but a prayer of faith. Then he advanced towards Veleslana with the same stride. He unleashed Pegasus Meteor Fist again, and the radiance was cut open. After the energy exploded, a chain explosion occurred, and the dazzling firelight engulfed the Saint Seiya. Urislagna's face showed no sorrow or joy, because what he held in his hand was a peerless divine sword, because the divine sword itself was a warrior. He himself was a god who possessed the authority of victory, capable of easily discerning the enemy's weaknesses and combat techniques, achieving victory against stronger opponents. Or rather, it was incredible that the human in front of him could fight him to such an extent. The moment he drew his sword, victory was already locked in. But at this moment, whether it was he, or the Saint Seiya in the firelight, or even Erika, they all suddenly looked in another direction. It was the white horse that Seiya had observed before, and at this moment, it was finally attracted by the radiance released from war god Urislagna's body, and like the divine swiftness of the sun, it galloped towards him. Haha, good child. You have returned to offer your strength to me. War god Urislagna laughed loudly. But there was another person who also reacted to the galloping white horse. That was Saint Seiya. At this moment, the stone tablet in his arms was burning hot. Seiya was now able to perfectly fulfill the prerequisites for using this most ancient magic book, and he had always carried this stone tablet, even protecting it with his cosmos, just for this moment. White horse, that is the authority most compatible with himself. At that moment, the magic book of the Age of Gods spewed out blue flames. And at the same time, the boy's figure also disappeared. The exquisitely beautiful body, like a statue, disappeared, replaced by a gust of wind. It's a tornado. Erica immediately understood. She had seen it twice before, the holy wind that swept up divine beasts. This was also one of the boy's divine powers. He actually stood between the blue flames and the white horse at this moment. The tornado that the boy transformed into immediately disappeared, but the galloping white horse crashed into the young war god's embrace, successfully devouring it. After burning for more than 10 seconds, his eyes burst forth with the brilliance of the sun. Do you think I don't know your plan? Although you possess the Saint Seiya's ability to discern, I also hold the authority of guidance and victory. As your final trump card, I was already prepared. War god Urusla laughed heartily, not caring at all that one of his incarnations had been taken by Seiya. What made him even happier was that he had finally deciphered his friend and enemy's trump card in front of him. Now the divine power remaining in that stone tablet has completely disappeared. What will you do now? Will you use my incarnation to escape? Seiya felt the burning sensation in his chest, which symbolized the incarnation of the authority of Wind and Traveler. Indeed, one should not underestimate anyone, especially if the opponent is a god. If he were to fully utilize this wind incarnation, which best represented Uraslagna, he could indeed escape, even to any place in the world. But, Seiya smiled. The last bit of life in his body was still burning, and his smile made his choice. A figure emerged from the dazzling firelight, treading on roaring wind and thunder. As he leapt gracefully, the sky behind him erupted in the roar of tens of thousands of horses. At this moment, Seiya's physical body broke the sound barrier, approaching Uraslagna. Uraslagna raised his golden sword, and the warrior's sword that could cleave divinity clashed with the holy sword from the distant shore. So that's how it is. You are a fighter who descended from outside this domain, seeking the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena. Where your own abilities are insufficient, they will be supplemented by heavenly grace. Every Saint Seiya will have their own guardian constellation. Words are light, and spells are light. In battle, discerning the enemy's essence is the core of victory. If Seiya were a god, the moment Uraslagna deciphered his essence, his sword would even cleave the opponent's divinity and seal their authority. But now, he could still discern all of his power, including his strengths and weaknesses. You are Saint Seiya. Pegasus is your guardian constellation. To fully unleash its power, you need to obtain the Saint Cloth of the corresponding constellation. After billions of years of such massive evolution, even Polaris is not eternally fixed. Among them, there are also lives that come to an end, becoming supernova planets. In the enormous evolution of billions of years, in order to decorate the star map more beautifully, the stars will also change positions with each other. War god Virathragna, who possessed the essence of victory and wielded the authority of a warrior, at this moment possessed combat techniques similar to, or even more outstanding than, those of a Saint Seiya in discerning enemy information. Therefore, the Saint Cloth is not eternal. The fate of you and your kind is born and dies according to the destiny of the stars. The stars and the world are corresponding mirrors. If the world changes, the stars will also change, and the Saint Cloth symbolizing the constellations will naturally change with them. Now, you might as well look up. Without a guardian constellation, only the Death Star will descend upon your head. As he uttered each word, tens of thousands of golden swords formed in the sky. They were swords, and also light, and also spells, approaching the charging Saint Seiya like a rain curtain. But the Saint Seiya, his face still devoid of any expression. Only silently, he continued to burn the last of his remaining life to the extreme. He moved at a speed almost impossible for the naked eye to track, brandishing the holy sword condensed from light in his hand, gracefully yet resolutely, facing the golden storm that could cleave divinity. The unsheathed holy sword continuously clashed with the falling golden swords, and when his body was operating at full capacity, even blood mist flowed. Erica's vision was completely unable to capture the speed of his attacks, only hearing the thunderous clang of metal collisions and continuous bursts of light. Was this truly something a human could do, facing the sky-filling golden rain with the sword in his hand? Just hearing the sound was like the terrifying roar of Baal wielding a heavy hammer in hell. Even if the golden sword that could cleave divinity was ineffective, the war god was still waiting, because this world still had to follow the most basic laws of physics. It wasn't until the recoil left the Saint Seiya's arms covered in blood that he finally drew his own sword. But it was in the form of a scepter, and he chanted a new spell. Guardian of the righteous, I humbly invite and dedicate myself to you. Guardian of the righteous, I praise you and present my wish to you. You who support the sky and open up the earth, you who grant victory and grace, I will act righteously, please grant me the correct path and light. With the art of spells, I shall vanquish the unrighteous and the wicked. This is the heavenly law of victory. Calamity bred dark clouds, and within the dark clouds, lightning snakes danced wildly. A terrifying thunderous storm descended, and this time, the sky-filling lightning finally locked onto its target. Golden lightning bolts were like chains connecting heaven and earth, and continuous thunderbolts fell. At this moment, perhaps only death was the Saint Seiya's destiny. When the thunder ceased, war god Urusla approached the battlefield with cautious steps. For the young boy, Saint Seiya was both an opponent and a friend. For him, as the god of war, Seiya was a peerless warrior. He was more charming than the most beautiful woman in the world, and more valuable than the most precious treasure. As Saint Seiya was such an unparalleled beauty, an irresistible temptation for any god who presided over war and conflict. I want him to become my warrior. I want to snatch him from the foreign gods of the West. This was not just an empty boast. Thinking that he would soon be able to take Seiya as his warrior, war god Urusla couldn't help but exclaim. Now was the time to capture the opponent with the boy's incarnation. But at the 5-meter mark, the young war god suddenly stopped. At this moment, a murderous glint flashed in the Saint Seiya's lifeless eyes. He sprang up from the deep pit, starlight swirling around his body. His cosmos was still burning, and the surging power made his figure like lightning and thunder. A golden barrage like a torrential storm caused multiple injuries to his body, but failed to inflict fatal wounds that would affect his continued combat. Erika understood Seiya's fighting style. Before, he was intentionally feigning weakness. He hadn't lost his ability to move at all, merely waiting for the war god to draw near so he could instantly kill him. If it weren't for the war god possessing the authority of victory and being equally familiar with various combat techniques, and his essence as a guiding god allowing him to avoid danger, Seiya might truly have created a miracle. At this moment, his disguise was seen through by the war god, but his cosmo, which was already burning his life force, continued to rise, forcing out even greater power, aiming to turn the tide. But time stood still at this moment, and the golden sword pierced through his chest. It was just the most ordinary, calm penetration, without any technique, as effortless as using a butcher's knife to cut tofu. Yet, that golden sword, symbolizing warriors and victory, pierced through the Saint Seiya's chest. The war god even cautiously twisted and turned it, and the divine words previously formed now penetrated every part of the Saint Seiya's body in the form of countless tiny swords of light. The previous outburst had already caused war god Urusla a great loss. How could he not guard against this move? For victory, come quickly before me. O immortal sun, grant me a shining steed. O spiritual steed with swift hooves, bring forth the halo that symbolizes your master. The scorching sun overhead rose high, piercing through the clouds. And the last afterglow shone on Saint Seiya, faintly dyeing his body, which was covered in blood from inside out, with a golden hue. Is it over? Seiya opened his blood-blurred eyes. It's over, but it's also a new beginning, Urusla said with a smile, looking at his friend before him. When you open your eyes again, you will stand by my side, far from evil, and from then on, the light of my master will shine for you. Bring me that wine, which you may call a ruby melted in a cup. This wine is like a treasure sword drawn from its scabbard, shining in the midday sun. If the breath of our lives has ended, upon seeing wine, life will return. Ah! If an eagle suddenly flew down, snatched the wine, and carried it up to the sky, to a place where mortals cannot reach, who would not shout like me, good. War god Veleslana slowly recited this ancient Persian poem, using the guidance of victory to pinpoint the blood-soaked youth. Erica could no longer bear to watch the scene that was about to unfold. That was White Horse, who carried the sun, and the outcome would naturally be complete annihilation. The youth's breathing was long and deep. In the trajectory of White Horse, who carried the sun, the figures of all things in heaven and earth were excluded by him, leaving only their mutual world. Victory was already locked, but why was there still a trace of inexplicable dread? At this moment, the war god seemed to sense something and instinctively turned his head to look straight ahead. That was wind, and it was the incarnation of wind that Seiya had seized to replace White Horse. The young war god instinctively wanted to distance himself, but at this moment, he found his arms firmly restrained by Seiya, and even the surrounding space was locked. White Horse locked onto Seiya, and wind locked onto the war god. And Seiya opened his eyes, his gaze like a torch. Of course, it's not over. I can still burn. Face Pegasus's final ultimate technique, Pegasus Rolling Crush. You are truly a piece of shit. At this moment, the war god finally couldn't help but laugh and curse in anger. No matter how he complained internally, no matter how unreasonable this was, at this moment his limbs were locked by Seiya with joint locks, and the surrounding space was sealed by the incarnation of wind. Spin, jump, close your eyes. The ultimate secret technique of Pegasus, the rolling crush. And at this time, White Horse, who was carrying the sun, also fell between the two. This battle between God and man thus came to an end. Sardinia, every television station was extensively reporting on the recent natural disaster. Flights to the island had even been closed, making this isolated island in the Mediterranean a paradise for gods where one could only leave but not enter. The atmosphere at the witch's house breakfast table today couldn't help but become heavy. Perhaps it was because two people were missing, perhaps it was because the previous clairvoyants accidentally glimpsed traces of a third god, perhaps it was because the magical power was depleted again, perhaps it was because of that battle. Only God knew the outcome of the battle. But for Erica, having been swept by the solar storm to Orisay Bay in southern Sardinia, she walked along the road disoriented. If her old friends in Milan saw her now, they might not believe it. The Scarlet Devil Erica, who always paid attention to her appearance and was always confident, was now aimlessly moving like a stray dog. It should have been herself who died. Erica spoke and regretted this in her heart. Foolishly challenging a god without knowing her own limits, it should have ended with her own death. But a truly qualified warrior stood in for her, fighting against the disobedient war god who defied mythology. She no longer cared whether the war god lived or died. What pained her was the death of Saint Seiya. That battle style, burning through life, meant he could not live, nor could he ever live again. She couldn't understand how such a cruel inheritance could exist in this world. She clenched her fists, not feeling pain even as her nails dug into her palms. Or perhaps she wanted to use this method to clear her head. Until, her spiritual perception was slightly touched. Although she was also a witch, Erica's talent in this area was far inferior to her prowess in the knightly domain, and naturally, she was far from comparable to Lucrezia, who was at the highest level of the earth and the strongest witch in all of Italy. Nor could she compare to her friend of equal renown, she merely happened to possess this talent, nothing more. But at this moment, she felt a trace of something intimately connected to herself, like the winter snow lotus. Until she saw the figure on the sea, her whole body felt as if struck by lightning. Then, she rushed forward regardless of everything. 3 days ago, Sardinia, the near-shore Ukai area. In the forest, owls and black snakes moved through the trees. These seemingly ordinary creatures were all of the divine beast rank. The owl landed on the girl's shoulder, and the divine beast, symbolizing wisdom and victory in war, tilted its head like its master, looking at the almost withered body lying on the dark sea. Energy burned out, body burned out, life burned out, but even so, a trace of vitality remained. But this wisp of vitality was like a candle in the wind, flickering precariously. The incomplete form of the goddess of wisdom and victory, with her still tender body, looked at the warrior before her. With her memories, with her wisdom, she couldn't even determine what kind of warrior he was. But this faith was undeniably real. Soon, the goddess found the answer with her supreme wisdom. That must be a warrior who succumbed to my charm. It is so. The tender goddess showed an expression that suggested it was only natural. Although her face was calm, the lightness of her footsteps indicated her inner feelings. She had many names. Whether Gorgon or Medusa, they were just some of the names she held in the past. But the meaning they represented was the same, a respectful title praising the Holy Mother of the Trinity who once ruled the Mediterranean. Athena. The sea god Poseidon was her nemesis. At least, that's what Greek legends said. But she didn't hate the sea because of this, for both the sea and the earth were deeply connected to her stripped essence, which was the source of life. What she truly hated was the sun. The shining light, the dazzling throne of the sky, were what truly displeased the queen of the night. And seeing the youth who confronted White Horse, who carried the sun, also reminded Athena of the distant past. The sun is also the fire of life, an indispensable element connecting life and death, and it is the queen's duty to willingly accept this light. Remaining in her ethereal memory were her mother's sighs, the queen's shame, and the old woman's wisdom. In her fragmented glory, only the memory of resisting the sun, which was under the dominion of her father, Zeus, the king of the sky, remained. Athena looked at this withered body, and the more she looked, the more delighted she felt. Indeed. No reservations at all. I, Athena, am so charismatic. Saint Seiya, it is time for me to save you, so revive. The tender young goddess lowered her head and kissed her warrior. That was a simple kiss, yet it was the authority of immortality, crossing the winter of death and stepping towards the spring of hope. For ancient people, creatures as strange and mysterious as snakes were very rare. They constantly shed their skin, underwent a long hibernation in winter, and then awoke in spring as if resurrected from death. Easily crossing the gap between winter and spring, they were the gods who granted immortality to humans. After accomplishing this miracle, Athena's form also became ethereal. Until a night wind blew, and her figure completely vanished. For Saint Seiya, it was as if he had a dream. It was a distant dream that should have belonged to him, or rather, to the Saint Seiya. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Saint Seiya, but Athena does not obey. Part 2. When the gods still walked upon the earth, the distance between divinity and humanity was not yet so vast. While warriors blindly flocked to the side of gods who brought calamity, only the goddess of wisdom and victory, named Athena, stood up to wage successive wars against the evil gods who sought to destroy the land. In every parallel space, every possibility, and every world line, he was fighting. Whether challenging the leader of Valhalla in northern Europe, Abel who sought to rule the earth, Eris the goddess of discord, the demon king Lucifer who sought to destroy the universe, or the deities above the heavens, Artemis the moon goddess and Apollo the sun god. There was victory, there was defeat, there was indestructible will, and there was also submission. But in the end, these possibilities and experiences from parallel spaces left only a short line of text in Seiya's mind. You must believe in your own little universe. As long as consciousness is not extinguished and one harbors a fighting spirit, hope will always appear. The moment Seiya opened his eyes again, his whole body felt warm, as if soaking in a rejuvenating hot spring. He didn't know where he was for the moment. Was it the underworld after death? A certain place in Yomi? Or had he won and was currently enjoying the ritual of becoming a godslayer? But it was none of those. This was still Sardinia, still the mortal world. It seemed his task was not yet complete, Seiya thought, but he was soon taken aback. Because right at his bedside, there was a bronze stone box inlaid with the shape of Pegasus. In this instant, it felt like a lifetime ago. No, something is very wrong, 9 parts out of 10 wrong. He stretched his limbs and found his clothes had been changed. At this time, Seiya also saw his surroundings clearly. He was lying on a very sophisticated bed with an Italian Valflex mattress beneath him. The room was also very sophisticated. The Turi furniture and the room's layout all made one thing clear. I have great taste, this room is very expensive, but you who stay here are the master, and it is my honor to serve you. A breeze blew the gauze by the window, offering an unobstructed view of the Orisay Gulf in southern Sardinia. How long had passed? Where was he? His last memory was the battle with the young war god. Though embarrassing to admit, the final image in his memory was that opponent's handsome and arrogant face. At that time, he had locked onto Urislagna through the Gale incarnation. The god had summoned a white horse to annihilate him in one blow, but because he was too close and miscalculated Seiya's endurance, he was locked in a joint lock. Finally, amidst the rotation of the Pegasus rolling crush, they were simultaneously struck by the white horse that carries the sun. After that, there were only fragments, a dragon and a snake in the forest, an experience of shedding skin like a snake, brownish owl wings, the waters of the Styx, and a girl's kiss, a person with eyes shining with light. Was that Athena? Seiya struggled to sit up. Hey, isn't this a bit too good to be true? He tentatively moved his shoulders. This state of being completely intact left Seiya slightly surprised. The source of power within his body was the little universe, referring to the cosmic energy existing deep within the soul. By detonating the little universe within the body, one could destroy matter at the atomic level, possessing the power to create worlds and crush stars. At this moment, however, it was different from before. Seiya looked at his muscular body in the mirror. The moment he closed and then opened his eyes, a sharp golden light shot out from the depths of his pupils. This cosmic energy had grown substantially after he woke up, its surging energy warming Seiya's entire body. The feeling he had earlier of being bathed in a hot spring came from this. At this moment, Seiya finally understood the essence of a Saint Seiya. To constantly charge forward in fierce battles, to grow through wounds in the gaps of death, even when on the brink of death or at a dead end, it does not mean defeat. Instead, one grasps hope through their own unyielding will. Of course, if you're beaten to death, then just ignore what I said. Whether it was bones, muscles, physical techniques, or the little universe, all had grown significantly after the battle. Seiya took a deep breath and touched the bronze Pegasus stone box placed at his bedside. The moment his fingertips made contact, the eyes of the Pegasus on the stone box lit up with a blue glow. Along with a whistling wind, the entire stone box transformed into a majestic Pegasus surrounded by a clear azure breeze. The Pegasus Saint Cloth. The so-called Saint Cloth is the battle armor equipped by the saints who protect Athena. They are divine artifacts worn by the saints under Athena's protection. A Saint Cloth is not just a piece of armor made of mysterious super metals, it can transcend space to protect its owner by its own will. This is its mystery, the Saint Cloth has a will and is alive. Or rather, only a Saint Seiya wearing a Saint Cloth is complete. This majestic Pegasus extended its head as if it were alive, lightly rubbing against his palm. It then transformed into a black Pegasus dog tag, falling into his hand. The movie version, that's not quite right either. Seiya looked at the tag in his hand representing the Pegasus Saint Cloth. Rather than calling it the movie version, it was more like it had taken the shape of a tag because that was what he had thought of. But at the same time, he felt a familiar aura lurking within the Saint Cloth. It was the authority he had stolen using the Prometheus tablet, the Gale incarnation, which was now fused with the Saint Cloth. Seiya wanted to study it further, but the sound of a door being pushed open rang out. A crimson figure leapt directly to his side, grabbing Seiya to support him, her face full of joy. You're finally awake. After a simple lunch at the hotel, he and Erica took a car to Oristano. Their destination was the San Basilio, a site where the Phoenicians built the foundation and the Romans later installed sewers and other urban functions. Now, it seemed to be just a very quiet tourist spot. According to Erica, she had found his trail at the Orisay Gulf, along with this stone box and the Prometheus tablet, which was once again filled with divine power. Along the way, Erica looked at him several times. Seiya guessed she might have something to say to him, but since she didn't take the initiative to speak, Seiya had no interest in bringing it up himself. By the way, regarding that god with the golden sword, are the wounds from your battle with him no longer an issue? Erica finally couldn't help but ask. At least in Erica's observation, that level could no longer be described as just injuries. It was a brutal battle that had burned away life itself, which was why Erica had been so surprised and incredulous when she found Seiya's figure at the Orisei Gulf. No problem, I'm even stronger than before. Seiya clenched his fist and gave a confident smile. Various mythological origins and gods from all kinds of myths each hold different authorities. Some powerful ones can drag the world into hell, while others can bring the dead back to life. The miracle that allowed him to be resurrected naturally came from the grace of the disobedient Athena. What about the war god Gna, the golden god? What happened to him? Seiya asked. I don't know, Erica said. I really don't know, but he probably didn't die either. It's also possible that the boy was not a deity who could directly point to the original self. During the 7 days you were unconscious, traces of divine beasts have reappeared all over Sardinia. Bosa, Orgosolo, Barumini, near all the places where a god's arrival was confirmed, the figure of the boy was sighted. Erica didn't say her implied meaning. Every place where the boy's figure was seen also symbolized that the divine beast there had been reclaimed by him. He had actually been unconscious for 7 days. Seiya was thinking about something else. 3 days were enough for the boy, who served as the starting point, to reclaim 3 incarnations. In 7 days, his strength had likely recovered by more than half, perhaps even becoming a complete form except for the Gale incarnation. But Seiya gripped the tag at his neck. He was not afraid, but rather even more full of confidence. Erica looked at the boy beside her with worried eyes. And the Inchi masters of our Copper Black Cross detected an extremely surging divine aura at the San Basilio in Oristano, predicting that something major will happen there. But they don't dare get any closer. After all, not everyone has a status like Lucrezia Kyo, who can escape from the hands of a disobedient god. In other words, the place they were heading to now was the territory of another disobedient god manifesting on this island. Erica carefully observed Seiya's expression and found that he didn't show any signs of abnormality. To be able to predict even such things, that's amazing. You must be able to see through everything, Seiya remarked with praise. It's not quite like that. The content we perceive through Inchi is very limited. For instance, right now, we are still unclear about the specific whereabouts of the Golden God. Oh, I mean the war god Gna. However, if a top-tier Inchi master were here, that would be a different story. But people with such talent are extremely rare, so there's no helping it. The abilities of an Inchi master almost entirely depend on innate talent. Thinking about it, the talent of clairvoyance itself has an extremely strong application market. It's impossible for it to become commonplace. The San Basilio were located about 20 kilometers away from this town. After getting out of the car, the two of them walked toward the ruins within the forest. There were many poorly preserved Nuragic and remnants of many settlements here. Although this region also had many well-preserved ruins, it wasn't particularly popular with tourists as a sightseeing destination. But even so, before the sun set, the majestic silhouette of the Nuragic was a very fine sight. Lush green forests and ancient towers standing tall. The Nuragic are relatively high structures on this island, standing tall enough to overlook the great trees. From outside the forest, one could see the silhouettes of those buildings skillfully constructed from stone. The existence of these means this was the site of an ancient settlement. In those days, settlements were even more sacred than temples or tombs. It's common for a disobedient god to be drawn by the spiritual energy of the land and force their way into a divine residence they have no connection to. In other words, they find other gods' territories more comfortable than their own. Seiya laughed in spite of himself, thinking of the war god with whom he had formed a rather deep connection. Why did these disobedient gods all seem to have a penchant for taking what belongs to others? Whether it was someone else's warriors, someone else's temples, or tribal settlements. While chatting like this, they had already arrived near the Nuragic. Deep in the forest was a clearing that looked like a plaza with a good view. Although it was hard to identify because it was covered in sprawling weeds, one could see various traces of settlements finely built with stone. Come to think of it, the Nurajik also seemed to have rooms and stairs. The peak of this civilization was around the 10th century BC. In that era, and in a place where the population wasn't very large, they were actually able to carry out such architectural projects. In a sense, this was truly a technique more advanced than modern construction technology. However, having reached this point, the guidance of Erica the witch was no longer needed. Following his perception of aura, Seiya arrived before a gap formed by stone ruins and fallen giant trees. Even without the talent of a witch, an aura faintly seeped from the darkness deep within this gap that made his whole body involuntarily grow excited. Good luck, it seems the master is at home. Seiya smiled and released the restraints on himself, letting out the aura belonging to a Pegasus Saint Seiya. Then, let's say hello and head in. Erica didn't quite understand this way of saying hello. But having already made up her mind, she still followed resolutely behind Seiya, keeping close pace. At first it was narrow, barely enough for a person to pass, but after walking dozens of steps, it suddenly opened up. An unrefined but magnificent underground palace came into view. The interior of the temple was also skillfully piled with stones, and then the gaps were all filled with stone materials. In Sardinia with its Mediterranean climate, the air is basically very dry. But now, the air flowing underground was very humid. Seiya raised his hand, and the light shooting from his palm illuminated the scene before them, allowing them to advance quickly through the underground passage. Guidance was completely unnecessary here. Even if Erica's guidance as a witch wasn't considered top tier, Seiya's keen senses regarding God still led him to the correct path. Then, the two of them finally met. A true, complete disobedient God, true majesty, the true embodiment of power, the God King Melkart. Warrior from the far distance, from outside the domain. So, how long has it been since I faced an existence like you face to face? His very deep voice was like a great roar coming from beneath the earth. And like a clap of thunder, the sound was extremely heavy. Greetings, respected God King. It seems you are not in the best of states. Seiya nodded slightly to show respect. This island was once part of the domain I possessed, but now it has been taken and ravaged by some people of unknown origin. Although I have been away from the surface for a long time, thinking about the affairs of the surface fills me with pain. My apologies, speaking these words to you, just treat it as an old fogey grumbling here. Deep within the underground temple, there was spring water gushing from the ground. The stone-built passage suddenly ended, and only that area was entirely soil. To a people who worshipped water as a sacred existence, this spring was likely the divine object they enshrined. He was there by the shore of the spring. A burly man in his prime sitting on an altar by the water's edge. His disheveled hair, which looked like it had never been cut, and the beard that completely covered the lower half of his face were impressive. He had a wild appearance, and his height easily exceeded 2 meters. Such a solid and well-proportioned physique already completely defied human structure. Generally speaking, if someone were this tall, they would certainly look very thin, but he was not like that. His bulging muscles felt extremely oppressive just to look at. How magnificent, powerful, and sacred his body was. Despite wearing very crude clothing, dirty rags and a leather breastplate on his chest, with a tattered cloak draped over him, he nonetheless radiated a sense of majesty. Just by facing him, one would feel the urge to bow and kneel. At this moment, Erica, who was regarded by the God King as a mere follower, was already pale-faced, but she still stood there relying on her stubborn willpower. However, I will not allow my treasures to be defiled by petty thieves. I will naturally erase this island from the ocean. But you two can return to the surface quickly and busy yourselves for your kin. Perhaps you can prevent some of those small people from sinking into the sea together. But all of this will happen after my battle with that war god from the east. I see, so this is what a disobedient god who rebels against myth is like. Even a righteous guardian of the city-state can reveal such a self-centered side. After witnessing the war god Urusla Gna, he already had a vague concept of such existences. Ha ha ha, boy, are you only realizing this now? Or do you want to stop me here, using those skills you obtained from outside the domain to challenge this old man, the king of gods? The god king's loud laughter made the underground temple vibrate. This wasn't a metaphor, it was truly like an earthquake making the ground shake, the walls shake, and the ceiling shake. The spring water kept kicking up waves, and Erica's skin felt a shock like an electric touch. At this moment, she turned her gaze toward Seiya. After witnessing his battle with the young war god, Erica was already prepared to be blown away by the aftershocks of battle again. But to her surprise, Seiya shook his head. You and I will have a battle, but not now. The moment Seiya's words fell, tens of thousands of locusts swarmed from all directions of the underground temple toward him, the uninvited guest. But this move was destined to hit nothing but air. Before Erica could figure out the specific situation, she found herself appearing in the forest, her hand being pulled by Seiya. What on earth was going on? Was it a great magic-like spatial transfer? Or was it some kind of illusion? But no matter how Erica tried to discern it, the world before her eyes was the very forest she had come from. It seems His Majesty the God King doesn't intend to let this land go. Perhaps in his eyes, Italy's occupation of Sardinia is a crime in itself. But that will happen after his decisive battle with the war god, him. As Seiya spoke, he noticed that the Erica before him suddenly made a decision that he himself hadn't expected. She knelt on one knee on the ground and lowered her proud head before Seiya. Please allow my sword to rust for you. Erica unfastened lion heart and held it horizontally in her palm. The spiritual light mixed with undried blood dripped into the shape of plum blossoms. Before I left, my uncle warned me, viewing me as the defeated Carthaginian general Hannibal after the Battle of Zama, while I considered myself the victor Scipio. Before facing a god, one always harbors the dream of emulating their ancestors. But now, at this moment, I deeply understand my fool-like fantasies. Now, there is only one thing I want to do. I want to follow by your side and assist you in becoming the seventh King Campione of this era. The glow of the setting sun cast golden patterns on the boy through the gaps between the leaves, and a golden hue still remained in Seiya's eyes. He looked at the great knight before him. Erica, who was currently kneeling on one knee, did not raise her head, yet the knuckles she had used to grip a sword for 13 years trembled slightly. She waited for Seiya's response. A witch's premonition erupted rarely at this moment. She sensed that this would be the turning point of her destiny. To be a king. But I have no intention of being a king, Seiya said softly. I am not talking about a mere king, but a supreme being who has slain the gods of heaven and seized the supreme divine power they held, a Campione. Erica explained hurriedly. A godslayer is an overlord, a demon king, a supreme being that the people of the earth cannot resist. In Erica's view, if anyone on earth could once again slay the gods of heaven and seize the supreme divine power they held, it could only be the man before her. Whether it was the Eastern Fengshi system, the Wuxia system, the Onmyoji system, or the local magicians, knights, and witches, all of them had their own limits. In the knight system she belonged to, there were apprentice, official, great knight, and holy grail knight paladin. For instance, a holy grail knight in a state of complete ritual could destroy tens of thousands of square kilometers. Meanwhile, Eastern Wuxia legends are said to be able to part rivers, divide lands, move mountains, and fill seas. In Yomi, there are also Soku Shinbutsu and immortals who have cultivated to the realm of immortality. But these are already the limits of humanity. Only a very few peerless talents possess strength beyond these bounds. And people with such talent are even rarer than godslayers. For example, her uncle, the Grand Master of the Association, Paolo Blantry, possesses the strength to destroy a city with a single blow and rival several divine beasts. But even he does not possess the talent of a godslayer. And another person who similarly possessed such transcendent strength and talent was the Martial Arts Alliance leader of the Eastern continent, who attained the Nirvana realm before slaying a god, the one who reigns at the pinnacle of martial arts and has mastered Buddhist divine powers, the martial honor, Luo Hao. She might also be the most exceptionally talented king among all the outstanding heroes throughout the ages for 1,000 years. And having witnessed it with her own eyes during this time, Erica even believed that the boy before her possessed an overlord aura that made her bow her head more than the rumored Luo Hao. Although Seiya did not deliberately awaken superpowers like mind reading when he awakened his little universe, he could more or less understand the other's thoughts from Erica's expression. I will fight war god Urusla Gna once again, but not to become a demon king who rules over the people of the earth, but because they are trying to destroy this beautiful land. This meeting with the god King Melkart is also to confirm his true intentions. I am a Saint Seiya, a warrior who protects the earth and humanity. Seiya looked at the girl before him, speaking from the heart, expressing his original and current thoughts. If a disobedient god who defies mythology attempts to destroy the human world, then I will kill him. If a godslayer who ravages the earth appears, I will also strike him down. I stand here because this world needs Saint Seiya. When the earth loses its peace, these Saint Seiya will appear to maintain justice. Although the world has changed, Seiya felt that this wish should not change. Whether it be gods, demon kings, humans, or fairies, this world needs Saint Seiya, so I came. Vaguely, a girl's laughter seemed to drift through the wind. If it weren't for the push of destiny, there simply wouldn't be such a perfect opportunity. At this moment, birds flew toward the sky, and a streak of eerie green aurora appeared in the blue twilight. The aura belonging to a god, a disobedient god, sprouted once again on this island isolated in the Mediterranean. Whether they were witches, magicians, knights, or ordinary tourists and residents, everyone looked up at the western sky at this moment. For ordinary residents, it was a slight shaking of the earth, an aurora in the sky caused by an earthquake. There were even tourists taking photos and residents with their hands clasped in prayer. But for those in the hidden world, such as knights and magicians, it was a towering giant god calling forth wind and rain, turning the lightning and storms on the horizon into weapons the moment he reached out his hand, using heaven and earth as his stage to wantonly announce his arrival to the world. At this moment, in San Teodoro to the east, the white-robed boy chasing the phoenix also looked up at the aurora on the horizon. Then, a loud laugh erupted that did not match his stature. Ha 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 ha, so it is you who has restored your complete form first. It seems the God King can no longer restrain himself, inviting me to battle with such a grand aura. I must also respond to him as soon as possible. As the golden sword in his palm turned into a weapon that could cleave divinity, the last phoenix avatar was also retracted into his body. The god of victory, the god of justice, the god of guidance, the god of kingship, the god of fertility, the god of combat, the god of severity, the god of protection, the god of incarnation. 9 of the 10 incarnations here have been fully mastered. War god Urusla Gna unsheathed the golden sword. By my authority, let justice in the world manifest. This incantation is powerful and eloquent, because it is powerful, it is invincible, because it is powerful, it can heal all things. Swiftly deliver me to the stage that befits me. The giant phoenix spread its wings behind him once more, and a blue glow enveloped the war god as he quickly crossed the distance of mountains and seas to reach the battlefield. In the forest, Erica finally raised her head and looked at the boy before her. The divine war has begun. What should we do? Would the extraordinary words Seiya had previously boasted be fulfilled on the battlefield of mythology, or did he have other plans? It was just a single-choice question, but just as Seiya was about to speak, he suddenly felt a certain call from his soul. It was a message from Yomi, both familiar and strange, and the vessel receiving the message was actually his newly obtained Pegasus Saint Cloth. Seiya immediately thought of the wind incarnation he had obtained using the Prometheus tablet not long ago, and then the bronze stone box that Erica said had appeared with him. Soon, he had an answer in his heart. The chances of victory are absolute. Wait a moment, Seiya said. The saint cloth surrounded by blue light was instantly donned, and he then turned into a breeze that spanned the boundaries of Yomi and appeared in a forest. This was a region of Yomi. An owl circled overhead, and a scaled giant serpent flicked its red tongue while staring at the newcomer. But neither the wisdom in the sky nor the darkness on the ground could stop the footsteps of this favored one. At the end of this road was a spring. Standing before the steaming hot spring was a girl wearing a cat ear knit hat. Finally, the system's prompt arrived late. Congratulations on completing the beginner guide quest, meeting Athena's reincarnation. The Pegasus Saint cloth has been issued, please check your inventory. Please participate in the Galaxian Wars to obtain Sagittarius. Seiya closed the translucent panel popped up by the system. This useless system had no function other than beginner rewards. At this moment, he looked at the goddess before the spring, Athena. Springs are seen as life and the moon in Europe, and are also considered a symbol of the Roman goddess Minerva. There is also the saying that, the owl of Minerva spreads its wings only with the falling of the dusk. And this Minerva is the Greek goddess Athena as she was passed to Rome and blended with local goddesses. In ancient times, people could not explain the phenomenon of hot springs, so they regarded them as sacred places. Moreover, because the ancient Romans discovered that hot springs had a therapeutic effect on many diseases, they believed even more that this was a gift from the goddess Minerva. As early as 43 BC, after the Roman army invaded and ruled Britain, the Romans built many saunas and large swimming baths in Bath, which was identified by the Romans as a place of miracles for the goddess of springs and wisdom, Minerva. The ancient Romans endowed this goddess, Sulis Minerva, with almost omnipotent abilities. In Roman mythology, Minerva was also in charge of poetry, musical composition, and healing. In these ancient Roman baths, discovered lead tablet remains indicate that she was also a deity to whom people looked for the punishment of bad behavior. The curses on those lead tablets were mostly written in Latin, with occasional uses of Celtic. Many curses have been translated into English and hang under the ceiling of the exhibition hall. Seeing the girl before him, Seiya realized the reason for his resurrection. My warrior, as you see, I am currently in this immature form, which is proof of my incompleteness. Athena sat before the blue stone of the hot spring, her voice delicate as she spoke to Seiya. Whether Athena or Minerva, they share a triune symbolic connection. Athena's awakening from myth was not the work of some occultist. Through a series of coincidences, her divine status and age are currently in a state of disqualification. The lost portion is manifested in the form of the divine artifact, the Gorgon stone. I rescued you from the hands of Heracles, and I do not wish for you to step into this great mythic war again. For now, act as the agent of the goddesses will and help me retrieve what was lost. The Heracles Athena spoke of was precisely the war god Eurysla. In the centuries BC, as Persian cultural influence expanded into ancient Greece, Veleslana also gained a new Greek name, Ardens, and was considered the guardian deity of roads and travelers. His image, carrying a club and wearing a lion's skin, was a significant source for the later image of Heracles. Mythology constantly branches out and takes on different appearances as civilizations develop. Even familiar mythological figures may play out different stories in unfamiliar lands. This in itself is one of the joys of excavating history. Seiya, however, shook his head at this moment. Please forgive me, but I refuse. Why? Athena asked softly, without anger. It is undoubtedly my duty to retrieve your lost half for you. However, right now, evil gods who defy mythology are waging a great war on this land. I cannot simply ignore such a thing. Even at the cost of your life. Athena asked. If I die there, then it can only be said that such was my fate. Seiya knelt on one knee and gently stroked Athena's soft silver hair. Thank you, little Athena. I promise you, as long as this life has not reached its end, I will return to your side. The currently immature Athena was not one for eloquent debate, but her wisdom also granted her owl-sharp eyes. Naturally, she could see that her warrior's mind was made up. In her eyes, however, her warrior had no chance of victory. His previous battle against the war god in the seaside RNC town was itself a stroke of extreme luck. While his martial arts could indeed compete with a god's skill, the war god at that time had only recovered a small portion of his divine power. The Avatar authorities he held were all ineffective against Seiya, and to some extent, were even countered by him. The Gale, the Ram, and the Youth, even the most effective warrior incarnation, did not exert their true effects because the opponent did not possess divinity or authority. If the opponent had held any one of the second incarnation, the bull, the fourth incarnation, the camel, or the seventh incarnation, the phoenix, Seiya's only end would have been defeat. He might even have been captured by the sixth incarnation, the youth. Although he had grown significantly after experiencing Shura-like battles, he truly had no chance of victory in challenging the war god who had recovered to 90% of his power. Nevertheless, Athena signaled Seiya to come forward. If you have already resolved to walk this arduous path, then I can only offer you my blessing. For I know that in the face of even the most impossible things, there is always a glimmer of a miracle. Though a bit awkward, Seiya followed Athena's gesture and lowered his head before her. Seeing Seiya finally shorter than herself, Athena showed a satisfied smile and then placed the olive branch wreath from her own head onto his. Feeling nothing, Seiya reached up to touch it, but Athena lightly slapped the back of his hand. I applied my heart to wisdom, to seek and search out by madness and folly, only to know that this also is chasing the wind. For in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. Seiya, your blade shall be my eyes, I shall help you cleave through the darkness before you. To his surprise, Seiya found the olive branch wreath on his head turning into specks of golden light that swirled around him. Eventually, most of it burrowed into the Prometheus tablet, while a small portion seeped into his heart. He didn't know what Athena had done, and there was no change in his surroundings. Athena, however, looked exhausted. Her originally 12-year-old immature body now looked only 8 or 9 years old. In the name of Athena, the god of victory, bring victory before me. Seiya kissed the goddess's thumb, a covenant of strength and victory, then turned and transformed once more into a swirl of light wind, disappearing into the quiet forest. Northwest Sardinia, Sassari region. This was the northwesternmost tip of Sardinia, and the starting point of the Aurora and the War of Gods. The lightning appearing in the sky was the weapon of the god king, the hurricane rising from the earth to the heavens was the wings of the war god. Both sides galloped across this land at divine speed. The ground they passed over was like a Category 12 hurricane, destroying all buildings along the way. But at this very moment, both sides simultaneously stopped their spears and swords. Because from the other end in the east, a third party had intervened in this battlefield that belonged only to gods. Also in Sassari, but closer to a corner of Oshiri. This was the magic workshop of the local magic association. From the outside, it looked like just an old small Western-style building, which was currently shaking noticeably. But Erica was still here. Even though her uncle's long-distance call had already come, she remained watching the pool in front of her, where the reflection showed live images of the two gods in combat. Sir Lucrezia, the image is intermittent. Maybe we should just run. The witch beside her, who possessed the talent of Inchi, gritted her teeth and trembled with fear. You really are a fool. Your sister, mother, and teachers all booked flights and fled yesterday. The witch Lucrezia held a goblet, still calmly watching the pool. Sardinia is too small for two disobedient gods. Even turning the entire Mediterranean into a battlefield is not impossible. The young witch's face turned pale with fright. Although she didn't know where to flee, she packed her bags and ran anyway. In the end, only Erica and Lucrezia remained in this local magic workshop. Are you not fleeing either, Erica dear? The witch turned to look at the female knight beside her. If it were you, even in this situation, you could board a plane and escape at any time. I have already sworn before him. Running away is not my style, and I believe it is not his style either. He will come. Erica's expression was serious. Hey, what is that? A massive typhoon over 100 kilometers in diameter. And it's still intensifying frantically. The witch Lucrezia stared with terrified eyes. She had already thought of the outcome. We must evacuate immediately. Erica dear, we are going to Yomi to take refuge. Her original elegance vanished at this moment. A supergiant typhoon rapidly expanding to 100, or even potentially hundreds of kilometers, was certainly an authority of a disobedient god, but it would also easily destroy Sardinia in the process. Wait a bit longer. Erica gritted her teeth. Wait for what? To die. To wait to go to the underworld and have your little master fish you out. This typhoon is likely the god king's authority. He inherently detests Italy, which occupies his land. Although he is currently fighting the war god, he has no problem destroying this island in the process. A complete chance of victory. Wait a moment. Those were the last words Seiya said before leaving, and that was Erica's reason for waiting. Until ripples appeared in the pool again and the image cleared, the familiar face finally appeared. And that armament is. In this northwestern corner already submerged by yellow sand, the soil was eroded, life was parched, and only two incarnations of natural disasters in the eyes of mortals still stood there. The God King's authority covered this land. From the aspect of Baal, it was death, decay, a divine character born from the desert and wilderness. Only vast yellow sand remained. The typhoon swept low across the landscape. The whole world was wailing, and soon even this island would be swallowed by the sea. At this very moment, the god king Melkart suddenly turned his head. In this symphony composed of death and dirges, a third person had intruded upon this battlefield. It is you, the warrior from outside the domain. It seems he's looking for you, boy. Melkart's voice vibrated like thunder, while the white-robed youth standing at the other end held a golden sword and gazed at the newcomer. Have you crossed the yellow sand to this battlefield with my incarnation? Are you here as a witness to see the final battle between me and the God King, or as a sacrificer, to offer up my incarnation with both hands? Whether it was the God King's inquiry or the war god's questioning, Seiya did not respond. He just clenched his fist and held it high above his head. In this environment, there was only one sentence he could answer with. Come, Pegasus Saint Cloth. The transformation effect was not as flashy as in later generations, the armament was completed in just an instant. A saint cloth is a weapon, a piece of armor, and also a part of a Saint Seiya. When a Saint Seiya's little universe erupts, the saint cloth naturally merges with their spirit. 3 consecutive ethereal chimes echoed over the battlefield, and a massive wave of blue flames spread outward in the form of a shockwave. Giant wings as sharp as swords unfurled behind the Saint Seiya. The war god's eyes narrowed, quickly recognizing the essence of these wings. To think you would devour my power and turn it into your own nourishment. Excellent. Since you have reclaimed your other half, let us continue our unfinished third bout. Thunder descended like a prison, falling in the form of a curtain. Now that his divine power was nearly complete, the authority of the war god Urusla Gna was more than 10 times stronger than before. His authorities interacted and enhanced one another. Now, using the technique of Kodadama, he manifested divine majesty between heaven and earth. I who am glorious, I who am undefeated. Ahura grants me creation, to pursue the enemy from behind, to strike down the enemy from the front. Chant my name and let it become the incantation of victory. The war god declared. The unceasing disaster itself fueled panic and anxiety throughout Sardinia and mainland Italy. These negative emotions, triggered by the natural disasters Uruslagna had caused, were absorbed by Uruslagna through the technique of Kodadama. Within this, the power naturally surged, intensified, and went wild. The already vast sea of lightning completely transformed into a purgatory that sealed off the inside from the outside. As for Saint Seiya, he was like a wisp of breeze. Lightning fell continuously from the sky. Before he could be charred black by the lightning, Seiya began to sprint by instinct. Booms, flashes, and thunder followed, but none could catch the figure of the youth before them. His physical body broke the shackles of sound, and he continued to dash forward at a staggering speed. I see. So the armor representing your other half can push your power to such a level, and you even have the divine protection of a Western goddess. The war god's authority allowed him to quickly decipher the opponent's hidden secrets during battle, and he soon revealed a mischievous smile. Then what about this? As he pressed his palms together, the massive curtains of the lightning prison at both ends of the battlefield, connecting heaven and earth, began to close in on Seiya. Between heaven and earth, there was no longer any path to survival. However, Seiya looked up toward his direction. In the next instant, lightning surged, consigning the entire battlefield to a sea of purgatorial thunder. The yellow sands of the battlefield were scorched into crystals, their crimson residual heat not yet cooled. But a violent sound rang out high in the sky. As if a reenactment of a legend, Seiya, with wings unfurled, exchanged blows with the war god amidst the clouds. Do you think I do not know your plan? The authority hidden within your armor is itself my incarnation. I know the conditions required to drive it better than you. Using the authority of the gale to teleport instantly before him was indeed a good plan, but using it against him was Seiya's miscalculation. War god Urusla Gna laughed wildly, a laugh filled with such abandon and pure exhilaration. From the initial encounter as a boy to the continuation in RNC Town, this unfinished third battle should finally come to a perfect conclusion. Today, at this very moment, he could no longer be allowed to remain alive in this world where hope still existed. In the name of the god of victory, Seiya, it is time for me to defeat you. Seiya did not speak, he simply threw punches relentlessly. Visible shockwaves spread from where the two stood. Fist against fist, leg against elbow, neither side retreated. There were only rapid-fire strikes, faster and faster, as they pummeled each other. Athena's blessing continued, and the warm power constantly squeezed from his heart forced his injured bones and muscles to heal once more. The Pegasus Saint Cloth, fused with the authority of the Gale, possessed a durability and resilience far beyond Seiya's expectations. It restructured itself amidst damage and gradually deepened its resonance with him, as if breathing with heaven and earth, until a sudden burst of kicking techniques. All who do evil, fear my power. Now I shall obtain the majesty of 10 mountains, the power of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 camels. The majesty I raise is the mark of the fierce camel. This was a strike that absolutely could not be taken head-on, even mountains would be split, and even the earth would crack. This was precisely the camel, one of the 3 authorities Athena had mentioned that must never be touched. Following his Saint Seiya battle instincts, Seiya dodged to the side, but a hand suddenly gripped Seiya's shoulder. This was naturally Veleslana. While his kicks were terrifyingly enhanced, his strength grew accordingly. The force coming from his shoulder even made Seiya hear the agonizing sound of his scapula shattering. The camel is the symbol of endurance and majesty. To think it only enhances kicks is to underestimate my incarnation. The mind's eye it grants is enough to see through divine speed. The protection it grants ensures that even if my heart is pierced, it will not affect the battle. The consciousness it grants allows me to completely transcend you. Fear me, who possesses power, for this power is victory. The mountain-shattering knee strike did not hit Seiya's abdomen, but the force he endured from the subsequent attack to his chest sent him falling to the earth like a meteor, piercing through the desert and crashing straight into the mountains behind him. But a new Kotodama was already being declared. I am the strongest, and the one who holds all victory. Whether man or demon, I shall crush the will of any enemy I face, and I shall strike down any foe who stands before me. O bull with the shining golden horns, grant me your aid. The second incantation, symbolizing the overcoming of obstacles, the manifestation of the bull with the shining golden horns. Seiya had no time to breathe at all. A massive indigo wind supported his body and quickly shifted him to the left. In the next second, a massive divine force descended from the sky. This was a fighting style intended to kill Seiya. Veleslana's speed had long since broken the sound barrier, and the momentum carried by the mass of the 10 times supersonic war god reached an equivalent of 300 tons of TNT. A shockwave, like a meteorite striking a planet, erupted from a corner of Sardinia, sending a wave of air hundreds of meters high. Even without being hit directly, even just being swept by the aftershock, the force still sent Seiya smashing toward the distance like a cannonball. At this moment, in the magic workshop at the border of Sassari and Otsieri, The two witches also watched the image in the pool being buried by yellow sand, and they knew that the shockwave would soon reach them. Such terrifying scenes made the witches' hearts palpitate, and the question arose in their minds once more. Can humans truly challenge the gods? This question could only be answered by those 6 predecessors and the current Seiya. Because at this moment, he was being covered by a massive black domain. This was the otherworldly realm used to summon the mountain boar, even though that beast symbolizing destruction had not manifested. However, this destructive power meant to annihilate all foolish things before it was still summoned by the war god through the technique of Kodadama. Blood seeped from every part of Seiya's body, his physical functions had been pushed to the extreme, and high blood pressure caused his capillaries to burst one after another. Amidst his blurred consciousness, he finally felt a burning heat coming from the left side of his chest. That was the position of his heart, Athena's blessing. Before Seiya could think carefully, the final Kodadama arrived. Fear the one with wings. Evil ones and powerful ones alike, fear me who has wings. I shall exercise justice, please show me the correct path and light. O light of justice, judge all evil. Finally, the phoenix, the incarnation symbolizing divine speed, descended. However, its appearance was a red creature closer to a vulture, which transformed into the wings of war god Veleslana the moment the Kodadama ended. It was divine speed, it was light, it was the flash of lightning, it was the Varagna bird, it was the human-headed, eagle-bodied Kavarena. The phoenix incarnation is known as the Sana bird in the Persian scripture, the Avesta, originally referring to raptors like eagles and vultures. This divine bird is depicted in Iranian art as a giant winged animal in the shape of a bird, capable of carrying off elephants or camels. It resembles a peacock, with the head of a dog and the claws of a lion, sometimes showing a human face. It is said that this bird can be reborn in flames and become immortal. In short, there is evidence that this divine bird takes different forms in different cultures, and the same name is used for real birds, mythological composites, and even for both good and evil animals simultaneously. At this moment, the scene was entirely the manifestation of the god of spiritual light who annihilates evil in Persian mythology. A brilliant red light erupted from deep within the war god's eyes. The phoenix's wings allowed him to cross the distance of space. In the constantly accelerating domain of divine speed, only his and Seiya's figures remained. The ever-victorious golden sword was already locked on. This was the final killing blow. The battle had progressed to this point. It was now a matter of life and death. He would pierce Seiya's chest with the most divine speed light, and after this strike, he would reclaim his final incarnation and return to his complete state of victory. But it was also at this time that he discovered the other party's eyes were staring straight at him. There was no time to react. Blue flames erupted from Seiya's chest, enveloping both the charging Veleslana and himself. Athena's blessing completely vanished after this moment. For Seiya, this was the only victory guided by the goddess. Only in this state of divine speed do the camel's mind's eye and the warrior's intuition for victory fail, because there is simply no time to take corrective measures, nor any way to evade the power from Prometheus. Only the god king and the goddess in the netherworld could see what was happening. For the war god Varathagna, as the golden stone disk of the 10 incarnations rotated, the white horse that symbolizes carrying the sun was swallowed by Saint Seiya in the form of light. I see. You actually used the nature of divine speed to seize the incarnation of the white horse from my hands. War god Varathagna showed no panic. Instead, his face still bore that usual misty smile. Then what will you do? The white horse incarnation is not as simple as the gale. Wielding this power will burn you to ash first, and even then, it is impossible to defeat me, who holds victory. Facing war god Varathagna, Seiya's response was to take this solar radiance, the power of a star, into his own body. Even as his body was being incinerated from the inside out, even as his saint cloth was on the verge of collapsing, he broke into a smile. Because at this moment, he felt the sun, he felt that light. In an instant, a radiance that drew the attention of the gods shone from within Seiya. His fully burning little universe transformed into a vortex of light that enveloped his body. Then, with the war god before him as the core, the little universe transformed into a shining Pegasus that pierced through heaven and earth. It was the manifestation of the concept of the sun. A shining halo born to overcome hardships and obstacles. Even facing a disobedient god who defied mythology, Seiya still held tightly to hope and took a step forward. Behold the radiance of the stars. Pegasus Corona Fist. It was a halo, it was the sun, it was the brilliance of the stars. The advancing stars circled the corona, and fully ionized plasma raced forward in the form of light. The deepest coronal hole swallowed all of creation, as temperatures reaching millions of degrees Celsius blanketed the surroundings. At the end of that path was the white-robed youth, teeth gritted, an expression awe-inspiring. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. Was he praising Seiya, or was he once again chanting an undefeated technique? But before that pure white enveloped him, a smile of relief appeared on his face. In the end, the radiance of the sun swallowed the warrior. As the sun sets in the west, the hot wind of the corona blows across the land. Fully ionized plasma brings the highlight of destruction. The guardian god and the coronal halo. The resilient camel and the galloping Pegasus. Abundant divine power and the burning little universe. After the Pegasus circling the corona galloped past, it was as if the sky were briefly shrouded in night. In the world where light was restored, the boy god Veleslana stood there with a giant white hole scorched into his chest. The golden sword in his hand crumbled, and the protection of victory was gone. The terrifying wound on his chest was like a bottomless pit that continuously sucked in the divine power permeating the surrounding atmosphere. The white horse that carries the sun is itself a symbol of Mithra, whom it protects. In a certain 6-character game, he had taken a solid, massive special attack hit. Sardinia, Yomi. With the assistance of the demon princess Salome, 2 figures appeared simultaneously in the fairy realm here. One was a Caucasian girl, her golden curly hair tracing elegant curves that complemented her extremely refined beauty. The other was a knight in full armor, completely shrouded under a hood. The god ancestor Guinevere and the war god using the alias Lancelot, though they claimed to let Seiya complete the trial independently, they still made their way to the Yomi of this battlefield. Looking at their expressions, it wasn't hard to guess what their intentions were. The child I raised for 3 years ends up manifesting as the god-slaying beast, my fated enemy. Is this destiny? Although god ancestor Guinevere looked youthful, she gently stroked her cheek with her right hand, her voice trailing with a hint of sorrow. What do you think, uncle? Perhaps it would have been better to let that child stay in the fairy realm forever. The white war god using the alias Lancelot did not speak. Sometimes, she also felt that the god ancestor she protected was a bit too noisy. If one cannot overcome hardships and obstacles, how can they be called a warrior? She was satisfied with Seiya. Guinevere, however, was thinking of more. As a former Earth Mother goddess and now a god ancestor, she could easily bring the entire battlefield into her range of observation through Inchi, and she clearly understood how tragic and fierce the slaughter between the two sides was. Should she be happy for Seiya's bravery and growth, or should she be sorrowful because he might become her fated enemy? The anxious god ancestor became even more confused in the next instant. This aura is. The god ancestor's predecessor was herself an Earth Mother goddess from the distant past. As a witch queen positioned at the pinnacle of heaven and earth, she sensed the traces of another Earth Mother goddess. This Mediterranean island, isn't it getting a bit too crowded? Space has no meaning in Yomi. The presence Guinevere felt was in a forest in another part of Yomi, which was the temporary residence of the goddess of wisdom. I see, so it's the Pegasus. Athena looked at the brilliant halo before her, finally showing an expression of realization. Although her reserved little face showed little emotional change no matter how surprised she had previously been certain that this warrior named Seiya was her servant, yet she did not know his true essence or why he walked his path. But after witnessing his glory, especially after seeing that galloping Pegasus with her own eyes, she finally understood. So he is my child. This is his reason for being a warrior. A gleam of wisdom flashed in Athena's eyes. Pegasus is Pegasus. In Greek mythology, after Perseus killed Medusa, a winged horse leapt from the blood spurting from Medusa's neck. This winged divine horse immediately flew into the sky, later landing on Mount Helicon, where it created a sacred spring that became the source of inspiration for poets. And the half of herself that Athena has now lost is the aspect of Medusa, which symbolizes the replacement of matriarchal society by patriarchal society and the gradual degradation of the original chief goddess, Metis. Although her lost half has not yet been recovered, there is no doubt, the Pegasus Saint Seiya, is my child. The mortal world, the battlefield. Now, between the two combatants, Veleslana's divine body was collapsing, and Seiya had already incinerated himself. Yet, across the distance of space, they both looked at each other and smiled. No hatred or enmity existed between the two. They just happened to meet on this isolated island in the Mediterranean, testing their strength against each other, competing in will, and displaying their proud divine techniques before one another. And this was the bond formed between Saint Seiya and the war god Vrithragna. That's it. I am certain. The hostile relationship between gods and humans is merely a catalyst. Even setting aside these identities, you and I would have tested our skills with swords against each other in the near future. Even in this situation, war god Vrithragna still spoke slowly in his familiar, Arya-like tone. Actually, before you reclaimed your divine name, our time together was quite pleasant. Seiya also smiled. Is that so? Then I am relieved. War god Vrithragna's lips curled upward. Speaking of which, your essence has broken the limits of my understanding several times, yet you have never experienced my own limits. This time, no matter the outcome, let the third round be the final conclusion. These words made Seiya frown, as they seemed to hide some ominous meaning. Now that even the resilient camel had been defeated and his divine body could no longer support his godhead, shouldn't he just gracefully admit defeat and say something like, "I'll definitely be back"? Do you think only you have the chance to start over? Open your eyes wide and witness this power of resurrection. War god Vrithragna uttered the final incantation. I am the strongest, the one who holds all victories. Bountiful Ram, cross the chasm between life and death, and bring me back from the realm of mortality. The eighth incarnation, the Ram, flew out from the golden stone disc. The ram is the guardian of kingship and a symbol of abundance. In ancient times, when livestock directly equated to wealth, sheep, capable of rapid growth and prolific breeding, were symbols of vitality and fortune. Richness, fertility, and prosperity. This ability to display vitality is perfectly suited to the sheep, which represents these characteristics. Its effect is rebirth from death. As Vrithragna said, it crosses the chasm between life and death, resurrecting in a new form. At this moment, the situation instantly reversed. The war god, who had been reborn, and the Saint Seiya, whose body was already incinerated, the outcome was self-evident. However, the white-robed youth showed no signs of joy or tension. Instead, he was even more cautious and vigilant. After resurrection, his divine power was only 1/10 of what it was, but at the same time, what was more urgent was that he didn't know if the opponent, whose body was already charred, could still muster any strength. Past experience could no longer determine the limit of the Saint Seiya before him. Naturally, there was only one answer. At this moment, there was no fear of death in the Saint Seiya's eyes, only fighting spirit directed at the war god, at the deity before him. Seiya raised his fist above his head, golden light enveloped his entire body, then radiated outwards like a solar corona. Immortal Sun, please grant me a shining steed. The correct words of power were the key to summoning the white horse. After experiencing the radiance of the sun disk with his own body, Saint Seiya had already gained a preliminary understanding of the essence of this power. However, the energy required to unleash this ultimate power could no longer be supplied by his current ravaged body. At the moment his cosmos burned out his life, the power supply still didn't stop. It was a new opportunity that emerged from burning something even deeper within. After burning his cosmos and burning his life, Seiya once again burned his soul. Just as Master Mu said, the superiority of a Saint Seiya does not entirely depend on the saint cloth. The most important thing is that whoever can burn their cosmos to explode will win. At this moment, the saint cloth, supported only by a phantom soul, was even more dazzling, with a cosmos overflowing with power propelling the light of the sun. This was woven into the fighting technique of Pegasus. Athena, please bear witness to this body. My true heart, my conviction, all that I am capable of. The moment the prayer ended, the final radiance had arrived. Now it was the war god's turn to face a choice, just as he had questioned Seiya earlier. Would he abandon his essence as a god of combat, trying to use his last divine power to summon the phoenix and escape, or would he meet the challenge head on? For the war god, there was also only one choice. The instant the Pegasus Corona punch was unleashed, it was met by the shining phoenix, and the radiance unhindered engulfed the phoenix. The divine war, lasting 10 days, finally came to an end, symbolized by a golden meteor streaking across the sky. This was a mythical scene that would be passed down by the people of Sardinia for decades, even centuries to come. The golden stream of light tore through the sandstorm, tore through the low-altitude typhoon stretching for 100 kilometers, tracing a tragic and beautiful arc across the sky, endlessly advancing towards an unknown world. The radiance passed through Sardinia, shining upon the sea. The Sword King, who had crossed the vast ocean on foot, looked up at the golden light of the corona, knowing there was no longer any need for him to go. The radiance passed through Italy, and the leader of the society in Milan seemed to sense it, looking out the window. It passed through the royal factory in England, across the Balkan Peninsula in Eastern Europe, and even in the remote deep mountains of Fujian on the eastern continent. Martial arts masters at the peak of their cultivation looked up. At this moment, Seiya was no longer able to hear the war god's final words. If he still had a trump card for resurrection, perhaps the story would have ended. His remaining consciousness, however, felt a warm current similar to when he was resurrected before. That was the ritual of Epimetheus and Pandora, the most core sorcery of this world. The dark Christmas festival, which gives birth to the children of the fool and the witch, was using the war god as a sacrifice, channeling his power into his own ravaged body. And that radiant body was a miracle recognized by everyone. Erica jumped up from beside the pool in surprise. Her sworn king had won, which was like investing in an extraordinary person in Handan, Zhao State, who Shuiyan betting on Zuo Zongtang, Hillhouse Capital's Zhong Lei heavily investing in JD.com, or the Rothschild family's intelligence speculation during the Battle of Waterloo. She had made a huge profit on an angel round investment. At this moment, she should immediately guard Seiya's side. Just as Erica bit her finger, her mind racing to figure out the next step, she saw the witch next to her vanish in a flash. By the time she realized what was happening, she was already sprinting towards the vast, sandy battlefield. That old hag of a witch was utterly shameless. Seiya no longer knew what happened on the ground, because his consciousness was constantly falling, until he appeared in Yomi. The ritual left by Epimetheus and me, the dark Christmas festival that gives birth to the children of the fool and the witch. A secret ceremony that can only succeed by sacrificing a god. To attract a warrior like you, I am very much looking forward to it. A soft voice echoed endlessly in the pure white space. Seiya, with his feet once again on solid ground, looked around and then fixed his gaze on the woman before him. Even so, he couldn't help but wonder. Why are there so many lowly goddesses in Greece? Are you guys a little messed up? You are Pandora, who bestows everything. Although Seiya's statement was a question, his tone was affirmative. Long before the Olympian gods took root in Greece, Pandora was the goddess of the earth, the goddess who bestowed all blessings upon gods and humans. Unlike the heretic gods, as a true deity, she was an inhabitant of the immortal realm. Before him was a girl who looked excessively young. Rather than describing her with words like beautiful, it would be more accurate to say she had a cute, childlike face and physique, with long golden hair parted on both sides, wearing a thin white dress. She was short in stature, giving the initial impression of a child, yet she was more enchanting than anyone Seiya had ever known. But for some reason, he thought of god ancestor Guinevere, who had taken care of him for 3 years and whom he had mistakenly believed to be Marin. Occasionally, a captivating beauty would emanate from her. And this beauty was closer to a concept of charm that captivated all things. It seems that witch Erica told you a lot about me, but your attitude should be a bit more polite. After all, in terms of identity, I'm your mother, you know. Pandora said, hands on her hips, displeased. Seiya looked at her expressionlessly. They stared at each other for a long time, and finally, Pandora was the first to withdraw from this childish game off still as a wooden puppet. Your body possesses extremely strong adaptability, or rather, your body is naturally capable of accommodating this forbidden power of a god. Within the scope of the multiverse I oversee, even in those divine realm worlds, there isn't a body as outstanding as yours. Even without the ritual of god slaying, you could probably grow to the level of a god. Pandora smiled as she looked at the young child before her. Although he didn't admit it, through this ritual, she had legally become his mother. Your body has completed its sublimation. As for the talents and powers you've gained, you can study them carefully when you return to the human world. However, the authority you usurped after god slaying is quite interesting. I haven't observed such a special case in the many worlds I've seen. At this moment, Seiya already felt a pulling force from above, from his own body. Pandora clearly noticed this as well, showing a helpless smile while looking at the young man. Oh dear, your body is simply too resilient, which makes my conversation time with you too short. It's a pity, you won't be able to take the memories from here back with you, but I still look forward to our next meeting, my child. This month, 2 major events occurred in the hidden world. First, the Sword King Salvatore killed the disobedient Vulcan during his expedition to South America. Second, the 7th Godslayer was born. He was the warrior who defeated the Eastern god of war Varathagna, and his name was Seiya. Opponent, the arrival of the Sword King. On the battlefield permeated with divine power, the giant god looked down upon the god-slaying beast that had transformed into our sworn enemy. The witch and the knight, who had arrived on the battlefield by traversing space through Yomi, were initially delighted to guard the Saint Seiya's side. But the moment Erica looked up, all the blood in her body seemed to freeze. A familiar sensation surged again. What stood beside them was not a yellowish-brown mountain peak. When the sand and soil covering him were blown away by the strong winds, revealing before the witch was the king of gods, the guardian of the sky and city-states, God King Melkart. King of kings, God of gods. Ruling the heavens, he was allowed to destroy the world and all humanity, an absolute authority. In her 15 years of life, Erica truly felt the meaning of the term, God King, for the first time. Your Majesty Melkart, are you still here? This time, Erica finally mustered the strength and courage to resist from within her body, questioning the god before her. Indeed. Previously, it was the fated entanglement between the Eastern god of war and the god-slaying beast. A king naturally waits. But now their struggle has been decided, and that Brat's reincarnation seems to have ended peacefully. I can sense the aura of a godslayer. He emanates the aura of my enemy, an ancient warrior. The God King certainly did not possess the war god's insight or the authority to discern enemy weaknesses in battle. But as a hunter, he also sensed an extremely mysterious and ancient aura from Seiya. The God King's laughter shook heaven and earth. This was not a metaphor, it truly was like an earthquake shaking the ground, the mountain walls, and even the clouds. The distant sea continuously stirred up waves, and Erica's skin felt an electric shock. Just his laughter made heaven and earth tremble, and his mere presence forced her to be on high alert. But at the moment her loyal lord fell into slumber, all Erica could do was draw her sword. AI model. Gemini 3.1 flashlight. Iron Lion, and the Lion Heart King, its ancestor, please listen to the oath of the knight Erica Blandelli. I am the heir to the horn of bravery, the descendant of the black-clad warriors. Unless my heart is broken, my sword shall never be shattered. O Lion Heart King, reveal the essence of battle into my hands. Go. It is time for the duel of the Lion Heart. Even though the odds of victory were nearly zero, Erica still drew her sword. Like Don Quixote charging at the windmills, at this very moment, a beam of light shone from the distant horizon. It seems I haven't completely missed it. If you still have the inclination for battle, then let me be your opponent. The voice was as bright as the summer sun. Yet the person who tore through the sea level, cleaved through the wind and sand, and made the God King treat him as a formidable enemy, was exactly this person. Treading upon the wind and waves to reach this frontier battlefield, the sixth of the seven Godslayers, the Sword King who commands the magic societies of southern Europe, Salvatore Dani, had arrived at Sardinia, isolated in the Mediterranean. It was a young man wearing a cheap, plastic-textured beach shirt, with golden hair as brilliant as the sun, and a smile as bright as his voice. All the magicians in the magic societies of southern Europe considered him an unreliable and capricious king, but when facing a heretic god, he displayed an unprecedentedly imposing demeanor. As a thief who has encroached upon the territory of the God King, you really dare to appear before me. Even if your entire body were gnawed on by locusts, you would have no right to utter a single complaint. But your majesty the God King, you don't seem to have any intention of swinging your club at me. The Sword King looked at the giant god before him with some distress. A petty thief occupying his city-state and territory, a godslayer beast who was a fated rival, the encounter between the God King and the Sword King should have been a battle ready to erupt at any moment. Yet, this ruler of the sky who governs all phenomena in mythology was observing the newcomer, his voice like thunder. I certainly intend to take your life, that's right, you brat who cannot escape the fate of death. If your own toys were covered in mud, I believe you would do the same, right? I will sink this island, along with the filthy continent on the other side of the ocean, to the bottom of the sea. But these things will only happen after I deal with this ancient warrior. The war god he slew was the prey of the God King. As compensation, offer himself up as a sacrifice before the destruction of the world. The God King ignored the high-spirited Sword King before him, his gaze falling upon the stunned Erica, and he announced in a resonant voice. When he wakes up, tell him. Your first enemy was the war god Urusla Gna, and your second enemy is me, Melkart. Before long, I will regain my full power. When that time comes, replacing that war god, the spearhead of my wrath will be aimed at you. Sharpen your sword and await my arrival. Boom. A gust of wind blew up, and the magnificent giant god disappeared into the horizon in the form of lightning. At this moment, Erica suddenly turned her head to look at the witch Lucrezia, who had appeared calm and indifferent from the very beginning, and spoke in disbelief, so you had already anticipated that the God King would not make a move. What a young witch you are, he is the king of gods. A proud warrior like him would not even deign to participate in a chaotic battle, let alone lay a hand on a newly born rival. Lucrezia looked at Erica with a half-smile. Furthermore, she had already observed the arrival of the Sword King through spirit vision. When Seiya opened his eyes again, it was already a night with shining stars. There was no feeling of discomfort, the cosmo within his body was unprecedentedly abundant, the mysteries of all things were unveiled before his eyes, and the entire world opened its embrace to him. He leapt lightly from the bed and, like a wisp of breeze, passed through the open window into the moonlight. He seemed to have obtained something closer to the fundamental nature of this world. He looked up and gazed at the starry sky, just like the ape 370,000 years ago. With every breath, he stirred the power between heaven and earth, and merely by observing, new knowledge gathered in his mind. The elements that magicians and knights relied on for survival, the spiritual power flowing within the ley lines, and even the yomi that overlapped with the current world but did not intersect, were all clearly visible to him. Magic King, he suddenly recalled this term. Before the ancient Marquis Vauban forged a cruel throne of bone and blood with violence, Godslayers were not called demon kings at that time, but were surrounded by factions such as magicians, who held their thrones high, because the Godslayer was the symbol of the pinnacle of the system itself. What was the pinnacle of this world's power system again? A crown. Seiya did not bother to think too hard about it, he felt stronger bones, mysterious blessings, and the most core talents and authorities. It was at this moment that he raised his eyes, because in his field of vision, a man wearing a beach shirt appeared before him. That was a man who seemed out of place with the surrounding environment. The man was leaning against the wall, munching on a green apple, with the amber color of last night's whiskey staining the collar of his floral shirt. Yet, this unconstrained and dissolute young man beckoned to him with complete naturalness, signaling him to follow. There was no reason for it, as if he knew that Seiya would definitely come. Following him as he leapt lightly over the perimeter wall, they naturally passed through the fountain square and the courtyard, skimmed past the blue-walled, pointed roof houses and the deep green forest, and arrived at the cliff near Colliery Bay. It was still the time before dawn. Looking out from here, one could see the sparkling Colliery Bay. Near the shore, the wreckage of yachts lay scattered and tilted, occasionally with white wind direction flags fluttering on broken masts. However, seagulls gathered on the wreckage of these yachts, occasionally swooping low to dive into the waves and snatch up fresh, tail-wagging sardines. The scenery isn't bad, right? I discovered this treasure spot as soon as I arrived here. I actually learned about it from a kid fishing with a mineral water bottle. The man in the floral shirt shared his treasure scenery spot with Seiya in a bragging tone. From here, you can even see Oristano to the west. The coastline over there has hardly been damaged, and it has a very primitive, coastal gathering charm to it. A comfortable coastline, a crystal clear sea surface, isolated reefs, long sandy beaches, and caves. With his current eyesight, looking further ahead, the mountain range in the northeast of Sardinia gradually descended to be level with the Smeralda coastline, and Smeralda was also the coast of Sardinia. Continuing westward, one would reach the Oristano mentioned by the man. He was still on Sardinia and had not left. But looking at the residents who had already gotten up early to prepare for their work, he felt a bit of peace in his heart, and such a scene was the meaning of why the Saint Seiya fought. The meaning of everyone's life is different. Before I met Saint George, my greatest hobby was the sword. Practicing swordplay would make my heart peaceful and full of harmony. The man in the floral shirt turned his head to look at Seiya, but now, although my hobby is still the sword and martial arts, it has changed slightly. Even before his next sentence was spoken, it had already been guessed by Seiya. I feel that we are the same kind, born in this special era, and will find joy in battle. Do you know? The last person who told me we were the same kind and friends was Veleslana, Seiya replied. Then what is he doing now? The man in the floral shirt asked curiously with an innocent gaze untainted by knowledge. Veleslana is the divine name of the Eastern god of war who was just defeated by me. Right now, he should be in mythology waiting for the respawn coins loading bar. Oh, that's great, it sounds really nice. The man with golden hair gave a thumbs up. I also have a god friend who gets along like that, his name is Saint George. Shall we have a fight for our mutual friend? If it were any other godslayer, any other magician, or martial artist, they might ponder why they should fight, or why they should suddenly fight just because of a similarity, but Seiya's thinking was obviously extremely simple. It seems like having a fight wouldn't be bad, so let's have a fight. However, this place cannot withstand a battle between two godslayers. Should we change locations, or do you have an authority that can create an otherworldly battlefield, Sardani? That's simple. Let's just compete with pure martial arts. Come to think of it, I also haven't used martial arts to communicate with a friend in a long time. Dani, that is, the Sword King Salvatore Dani, casually snapped a branch from behind him, and in his hand, it was rapidly transformed into a sharp sword entirely made of silver. Even if he voluntarily released the empowerment of his authority, it was still a precious sword that could cut iron like mud. Just when he also wanted to do the same and provide a sword for his newly met friend opposite him, he saw his hair slightly standing on end. It was Seiya. He simply spread his 5 fingers and naturally controlled the iron sand underground to emerge from the soil, while the magnetization and ionization effects in the air naturally tempered it into a sharp blade equal to the opponent's. Dani laughed, and after the laughter came a silent chill. He rotated the hilt, and as his sword shook, it thrust straight out, the silver light covering Seiya's vision like a spider web. This was just ordinary international standard fencing, often used for stage performances, but in Donnie's hands, it was sharp and exposed. Seiya parried upward by instinct, and when the metals collided, a crisp sound like cracking ice erupted. Donnie's thrust was as fast as lightning, easily grazing Seiya's brow and leaving a white mark. No matter how sharp a mortal weapon might be, it could not cut Seiya's skin, but what if Donnie were using the silver arm? There was no gap given for Seiya to think. The next moment, a cold light shone into his eyes, and Seiya instantly realized that the opponent's sword had already thrust to right before his eyes. Donnie's swordsmanship was indeed at the pinnacle. The previous international standard fencing was merely a polite response at the start, and now the cold light had locked onto his brow, but faster than Seiya's thoughts was his instinct. Donnie's thrust was almost about to succeed, yet what echoed through the air was still the explosion of metal colliding. Because the blade of this silver sword had fiercely struck the metal, which was the part of Seiya's sharp blade near the tiger's mouth, in this situation, he had actually completely predicted the trajectory of the Sword King's swordsmanship. Mind's eye. Guidance. Or is it prediction? Is this the effect of your new authority? Donnie asked curiously. But Seiya didn't answer. The battle was useful, even if it was just a simple contest. It still forced him to accelerate his mastery of the newly acquired power, making it a part of him. The next moment, Seiya and Tony vanished simultaneously, clashing at incredibly high speeds, their terrifying sonic booms impacting the cliff, swordlight and figures intertwining. Ultimately, Seiya himself broke out of this losing situation, because he clearly knew that he couldn't compete with Tony in swordsmanship, so he added his area of expertise. The moment Tony smiled, Seiya advanced with a thrusting slash, launching a pounce. The silver sword met the sharp edge of the blade, weapons clashed, sparks flew, and a thunderous roar erupted. Both stood firm, neither retreating, but neither did they continue. That momentary collision had already shattered both weapons, and it was at this moment that the battle finally returned to Seiya's specialty, close quarters combat. Hey, my friend, I won't give you any breathing room around your neck now. But in the end, Seiya still stopped, because the battle was already over. From behind them, uniform footsteps echoed. Seiya looked back at the road they came from, only to see 20-odd silver GT cars blocking the road at the foot of the mountain, and men descending from the cars, surrounding a young man in a white suit, rushing towards them. Alliance leader, you are too reckless, said the young man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, approaching Tony. Andre, you're too nervous. I was just chatting with a new friend and deepening our relationship, Tony said familiarly, hooking his arm over the young man's shoulder, his spirits high. The young man named Andre had noticed Seiya, who was opposite their alliance leader, long ago. After Tony spoke, he turned to Seiya, bowing with the precision of a medieval noble. Greetings, are you the seventh Godslayers, Seiya? It is my honor to meet you here. Seiya lowered his gaze. You are Andre, the one with the alias of the king's butler, aren't you? I heard you are one of the few great knights who can scold Tony to his face. It could be said that without you, Tony might only be considered a warrior, with no function as the alliance leader of the Italian magic world. If these words were spoken in ancient times, they would be utterly fooling. But in a world where individual power reigns supreme, Seiya's words were simply praise. As his words fell, a red figure emerged in the distance. It was Erika's arrival. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and greetings, they drove off in different directions. But suddenly, the Sword King stopped and called out to Saint Seiya. Let's have a real match next time we meet. I feel that day isn't far off, the Sword King shouted. Seiya also had a similar premonition, but the situation with Veleslana prevented him from giving a clear response. He merely smiled, waved, and then turned to leave. At the Sunboat Hotel in Sardinia, the atmosphere had returned to normal. A Persian girl in a white veil, after politely bowing and apologizing, left her distinguished regular guests, but seemed a little lost in thought. Although a long time had passed, she had been worried about the boy of her own ethnicity during this time. Though she couldn't help but think of the white-robed boy, who resembled the victorious Veleslana, day and night, even during work. She had no romantic thoughts, only wanting to know how he was doing recently. Had he been caught by the manager, or had he already gone home? But she only thought it in her heart, because she still had to work. She walked towards the elevator in the center of the lobby, which had a hot sand sphinx carved on its door. It was an elevator that could only be opened with a card, and this elevator led to the most luxurious suite here. Some said it was specially prepared for the head of the Lucchese family, while others said it was furnished with evil arcane secrets that made gamblers unknowingly lose all their money. But today the elevator door opened, and a man she completely did not expect appeared. "Oh, Mr. Seiya." Seeing Seiya in his white robe, she gasped, covering her small mouth. In her 3 years of work, she had never seen a VIP like Seiya return to this hotel. But looking at the fawning manager next to him, she suddenly seemed to understand something. Seiya politely nodded slightly to her. Just before he was about to disappear from her sight, she couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, where is the gentleman who was with you?" Looking at the girl's worried face, Seiya smiled and said, "He went home first. If we come to Sardinia again next time, we will still come here." Seiya returned to his temporary lodging, where he finally heard the God King's declaration relayed by Erika. "To treat me as a sacrifice offered to all beings before the end of the world, gods are such arrogant fellows." Seiya could sense the subtle connection between himself and the other party, which meant he was bound to fight him. This was fate, and also a relationship forged on this island, which must end with the death of one party. As Erika also left the room, Seiya finally summoned the system panel he hadn't seen in a long time. Name: Seiya. Occupation: Saint Seiya. Realm: Sixth Sense Perfection. Combat Techniques: Rebirth Strike, Pegasus Meteor Fist, Pegasus Comet Fist, Pegasus Corona Fist, Pegasus Rolling Crush Punch, Saint Cloth Limited, Fierce Tiger Violent Wind, Violet Lightning Punch, Saint Cloth Limited, Mighty Dragon Blizzard Frost Punch, Saint Cloth Limited, Strong Wind Current, Saint Cloth Limited, Freezing Punch, Flame Vortex, Psychokinesis, Fist Pressure, Sword Release, Godslayer's Power. Among them, what truly underwent a qualitative change was his passive talent section. Demon King, Steel Bones, Godslayer's physique characteristic, bones tougher than any metal in the world, physical defense and willpower increased. Chaos King, immunity to all evil, Godslayer's physique characteristic, curses and evil spells are ineffective, effective against God tier and above. Rakshasa Great Lord, anti-god magic resistance, Godslayer's physique characteristic, gains resistance to mysteries. Great magic of the mortal world, ritual spells, and other large-scale magic also cannot inflict damage. Only a god, or a fellow godslayers, can counter or possess abilities beyond common sense. Epimetheus's divine child, affinity with all things, Godslayer's physique characteristic, able to easily climb to the pinnacle of any power system. King of Magicians, crown, a Godslayer's is a king of magic. The moment he becomes a Godslayer's, he already stands at the crown of the magic system, possessing hundreds of times more magical power than even a grand magician. Godslayer, ability solidification, a Godslayer's is a born warrior. No matter how negligent, any combat-related skill will not degrade. Power of hope. You are not a Godslayer's because you slay gods, but because you are born with such talent. Godslayers are miracle workers. No matter how disparate the battle, as long as there is a possibility of victory, a Godslayers can grasp that faint glimmer of hope and turn defeat into victory. Stronger with each battle, double enhancement, when fighting against strong opponents, skills continuously improve, physique continuously strengthens, and even the cosmos and authorities continuously grow. Super learning ability, double enhancement, enduring the techniques of strong opponents not only develops corresponding methods but also transforms the opponent's techniques into one's own moves. Super battle continuation, double enhancement, countless times crossing the line of death, whether severely wounded, cursed, or shattered, even if the body no longer exists, the concept of existence is erased by a god, or the soul falls into the void outside of reincarnation, as long as belief remains, one can continue to fight. Growth from injury, double enhancement, every injury makes Seiya stronger. Even at the brink of death, at the end of the road, it does not mean defeat. Infinite potential, Seiya exclusive, no matter how much effort is put in, the growth of any life has a limit, which is called a bottleneck. Even if one forces oneself to break through a bottleneck and surpass a limit, there will still be another bottleneck. But for Seiya, there is no such thing as a limit, his cosmos contains infinite potential. When the world falls into darkness, a Saint Seiya symbolizing hope will appear. For the sake of the earth and humanity, embark on your journey. Please complete the main quest, participate in the galaxy. Seiya closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was no longer any doubt. Compared to authorities, which were considered trump cards by the world, Seiya valued the inherent talents he gained after becoming a godslayer more. These talents were too compatible with the Saint Seiya system. Slaying gods and devouring their souls to gain divine authorities was merely an external manifestation. They were warriors, kings, monsters, and also humans, they were existences beyond common sense. What created a godslayers was not innate talent, nor effort, nor bloodline or destiny. Only victory could create a godslayers. Even someone with innate talent, even the most diligent practitioner in the world, could not become a godslayers if they never achieved victory. And Seiya was both a Saint Seiya and a warrior destined to fight evil gods. And these godslayers' talents, specifically designed for special attacks against peers or superiors, were precisely what Seiya needed. There were two conventional methods of cultivation for godslayers. The first was the quantity over quality method of the oldest demon king, Marquis Vauban, who constantly challenged gods across the world, enjoying the thrill of fighting on the brink of death, and suppressing opponents with a rich variety of authorities. The second was Luo Hao, the White Lotus martial venerable of the eastern continent, who cultivated for years in the deep mountains of Fujian. She continuously developed the authorities she possessed by leveraging her godslayer's talents, ultimately unleashing power far beyond the scope of mythology. Interestingly, Marquis Vauban and martial venerable Luo Hao were sworn enemies who detested each other. The Marquis thought Luo Hao, that old woman, was a complete idiot, while Luo Hao considered the old wolf a hindering Rakshasa who went against her path. In Seiya's view, these two paths had no conflict whatsoever. Like the Sword King Tony, whom he had just met not long ago, he was a practitioner who combined both paths. It was at this moment that he suddenly turned his head and looked out the window. With his vision, straining to see into the distance, he could take in the entirety of the area west of Sardinia. And what caused his slightly bewildered expression was precisely the Sword King Tony, who had just been mentioned. Northwest Sardinia, Sassari, was also the original battlefield where Seiya slew the war god. This land had already been eroded into a desert wilderness by the authority of the divine King Melkart, and the dazzling, scorching sunlight overhead made one dizzy. André Rivera, the king's butler loyal to Tony, didn't understand why the king would specifically come here before returning to Milan. Was he trying to feel the remnants of another compatriot's power on the battlefield? That grand aura was truly eye-catching. The war god Urusla Gna from the east, Melkart, king of the ancient Phoenician gods, and my friend Seiya, what a thrilling battle. Tony suddenly burst into loud laughter. André didn't understand why the king would specifically come here, but he clearly understood the meaning of the expression on Tony's face. Ordinary matters, even if they started a third season, wouldn't move him. For him to show such an expression only meant that he was completely serious. Just as André was about to step forward to offer advice, he saw Tony wave his arm. Although he spoke in a lazy voice, his expression revealed an eager, soaring spirit. Spirits and nymphs dwelling in the narrow lands between heaven and earth, summon the advent of nature. Oh, glory of all things, manifest by my divine power. It was an incantation, a divine word, and the might of a god unfolding across this desertified land. From where it had been buried by yellow sand, a green ripple spread across the soil, which consisted only of sand and sparse, dry land grasses. For the magicians and knights in the distance, they could sense a vast amount of spiritual power converging along the ley lines towards Sassari. What's going on? The young witch of the local magic society in Sardinia also felt this immense power converging. She looked in horror at her elder, the archwitch Lucrezia Zora. Rather than just this island of Sardinia, it's more like she's forcefully commanding all the spiritual power of the nearby sea's ley lines and the magic permeating the air to converge there. Lucrezia Zora gazed into the distance. Commanding the ocean and the atmosphere, recreating the world, can such a thing truly be done? Of course, a god or a Rakshasa king can, Lucrezia said. At the original site of the divine battle, Tony raised both hands. On either side of him, stone tablets inscribed with Nudusara, bear cultivation, Andasaranutus, naked sowing, in Hesiodic script rotated, and the converging magical power consciously created a new heaven and earth. Authority, return to the ancient world. A miracle that could not be described by science, or even by magic. The desertified soil transformed into fertile land, dry riverbeds flowed with streams again, trees grew rapidly from underground to cover the domain of the authority, and the earth began to surge with a powerful current of life. From grasslands with rock roses, frankincense mastic, to myrtle, wild olive trees, and dwarf oaks, from pleasant coastlines, clear seas, isolated reefs, long beaches, to caves, all were restored by his will. Was this truly something a human could accomplish? Surpassing the gods who once held such authority, developing the power over civilization to affect the natural environment. Seiya, over 70 kilometers away, also felt this rising natural current. What a self-centered fellow, Salvatore Dani, he sighed. Is this self-centered? At this moment, Erica, who had sensed the change in the ley lines, entered the room and heard this remark. Because he's showing off to me, showing off his newly acquired authority. It's precisely driven by this emotion that he displays such a beautiful scene. Seiya spoke with a radiant expression, but in the next second, he showed a hint of lament. It's a pity, his magical power is almost depleted now. Tony displayed a miraculous side of his authority, and Seiya should likewise reciprocate with his own authority. However, restoration and creation are always harder than destruction. This earth-shattering feat also drained most of his magical power. At least for a few days, it wouldn't be suitable to start a battle between the two of them. If Seiya had previously only held a casual interest in Tony, the Sword King, he was now full of fighting spirit. Since he had smoothed over the scars left by the divine battle, how could he not display corresponding strength in return? But early the next morning, a girl riding a broomstick and wearing an ancient, baggy robe knocked on Seiya's window. Riding a broom, black robe, witch. Seiya's eyes lit up at the sight of the girl, who embodied elements from fantasy. Having spent so much time with the buxom Lucrezia and the knightly Erica, he had forgotten what a traditional witch looked like. With such a classic witch appearance, Seiya couldn't help but show a serious expression. The young witch on the broomstick, after confirming the identity of the young man before her, bowed slightly and then respectfully handed a reddish-brown envelope to him. Greetings, esteemed young master, this is an invitation. Herodias Manor awaits your presence. After placing it in Seiya's hand, she gave an awkward salute, then turned her broom and flew back the way she came. Young master, this address brought back distant memories for Seiya. Well, actually, it was just memories from a few days ago. The wax seal on the envelope bore the crest of a holy grail. Seiya broke the seal, opened the envelope, and found it was just an invitation to a banquet, with Salome's name at the bottom. That was the name of the older sister who had accompanied and escorted him all the way to this island after he emerged from the fairy realm. If it had been before, he wouldn't have thought much about it, but now he remembered. This was the name of Herodias's daughter, Herod Antipas's stepdaughter, in the Bible. Rather than tears, I prefer to listen to a gentle song. Rather than sadness, I long for your warmth. The comfortable night breeze gently caressed, like a maiden's soft hand stroking your cheek. When Seiya opened his eyes, what greeted him were constellations shining in the midsummer night sky, visible only in places with clean air. And, a silver crescent moon shining in the sky. Unlike the constellations, the moon remains the same whether in Asia or Europe, like a queen dominating the night sky. He remembered looking up at the moon like this in the fairy realm, and in his previous life. When exactly was that? Ancient, distant scenes flashed back in Seiya's mind, light-colored glass shards seen through moonlight. A mournful white sea of flowers, fists raised above heads, a boy and a girl under a giant banyan tree. That God who dragged the world into endless darkness, turning around to reveal a familiar, gentle face. Joy, anger, hatred, battle, complex, interwoven emotions continuously spread in his heart. The boy under the banyan tree, punching the ground, the fragmented scene splitting into different pieces like a kaleidoscope. The moment Seiya raised his hand, another hand grasped his outstretched palm. It was Athena's face. Her hair, shimmering with a pale silver, as if dissolved in the moonlight. Her pupils, pitch black, as if condensing the darkness of the night. The disobedient god Athena. And at this moment, he rested his head on her lap. That pleasant scent emanated from this ancient goddess in her youthful form. Seiya, what do you seek? Athena spoke in a light, ethereal tone. Seiya didn't answer, he simply sat up from Athena's lap. This was a bit too embarrassing for a 15-year-old boy like him. But Athena's hand gently but firmly pressed him back down. You can rely more on your mother, my child Pegasus, Athena uttered divine words in a light, ethereal voice. Seiya immediately tried to struggle upon hearing this, but Athena showed no intention of releasing Seiya's palm. Her hand was soft and small, but like a snake coiled around his hand. People only knew that snakes themselves could be terrifying, but they never considered that snakes could also be nervous and afraid when facing humans. At this moment, Seiya suddenly perceived the emotions hidden beneath Athena's skin. He raised his eyes and met the goddess's gaze. The goddess was looking down at him, her owl-like bright eyes reflecting only his own image. Seiya was not unfamiliar with this gaze, because his two masters, whom he had once mistaken for Marin and Shayna, also looked at him with such tender eyes. He saw in Athena's eyes a joy and delight at his very existence. What he didn't know was that he held a different significance for her. For Athena, countless worshippers and humans had prostrated themselves, looking up at her, but that kind of gaze was different, it carried awe and too many desires. But Seiya was different, he fought with absolute, pure faith, risking his life. The previous Athena, even with her wisdom, could not fathom what this truly was. But since he was Pegasus, everything made sense. It is precisely because he is Pegasus, the child who symbolizes a part of me, the facet of Gorgon. It is only natural for a child to have pure and devout feelings for their mother. Athena, have your divine powers recovered? Seiya saw Athena's burning gaze and proactively changed the topic. I am the high priestess of war, and also the queen of the night. As a descendant of the Great Mother, this land provides me with much convenience. More than half of the divine power consumed by the blessing I bestowed upon you has already recovered. However, to fully recover to the esteemed position of the Trinity Mother who dominates the Mediterranean, I still need my lost half. Although Athena longed to speak more with her Pegasus, especially to gaze into his similar eyes, what was most crucial for her now was to retrieve her lost half. My wisdom has already detected that the lost half has been brought to land by humans on the Calabrian coast, but it was quickly sealed by an excellent magus, so even I cannot perceive its exact location. I only perceive through spiritual vision that you will soon meet it. I will retrieve your half for you, Athena. Seiya finally stood forward, his expression resolute, finally able to express a Saint Seiya's respect to the goddess once more. I believe in you, and please be careful. For in the future I glimpsed, you will contend with two Godslayer's beasts. One is Tony, but who is the other? Marquis Old Wolf King. He is most keen on such matters, Seiya frowned. But the moment he looked up, only feathers fell from the sky. Seiya slowly and lengthily exhaled the stale air from his lungs. He turned his head to look out the window. Outside, the sun was bright. He had just woken up from bed. It was early morning. Far away, at the other end of the shore, even beyond this cluster of multiverses. Japan, Grodd Foundation. A purple-haired girl was sitting at a desk, writing. As Athena's reincarnation, Sori Kido had already sensed the terrifying darkness that was about to envelop this world. But for some reason, Seiya, who had gone to Sanctuary for training 6 years ago, had disappeared. Even after using the Foundation's power, there was no news of him. Now, she was meticulously writing a letter by hand, entrusting her thoughts into the envelope. If you truly have a spirit, if fate can allow me to see him again, then please deliver this letter into his hands. Sori Kido folded the letter, slipped it into the envelope, and then offered it to an owl's beak, watching it disappear into the night. 3 days later, Milan, Italy, Herodias Estate. This estate, named after Herodias, the wife of Herod II, ruler of Galilee in the Bible, welcomed wave after wave of guests. The reddish-brown carved iron gates opened one after another, and guards in ancient Roman chainmail bowed to the arrivals. There were no people from the surface world here. Even the most ordinary maid-servants were oath-keepers who had sworn pacts with fairies or witches. After passing through a 3-tiered fountain with 100 sculpted holes, where clear water cascaded, one would reach the main hall of the banquet. At this time, those conversing with wine glasses at the ends of the long white tables were either heirs of ancient magical families or witches or knights of rank. However, some were seated on the garden lawn outside, some were chatting at the long tables, and some were even with their children, eating desserts at the self-service buffet. But their gazes all intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards a certain spot on the second-floor balcony. That was the location of the 7th Godslayers, named Seiya. Regardless of his past identity, after he slew a god and usurped its supreme divine power, he became the most noble great lord in this human world. More than half of the guests in this estate had come because of him. Yet, at this moment, only a few could stand before him. Erica, radiant, lightly held Seiya's arm, introducing the guests before him. 16-year-old Erica was the youngest person present. These two are the Grand Masters of the Old Lady and Thesh Wolf. Even in this country where the magical world flourishes, the Old Lady and the She-Wolf are ancient and powerful knight orders. In ancient terms, they are called Grand Master. Before the great and supreme Rakshasa king, Grand Master is but a humble title circulated among us. Although they held the title of Grand Master, the two old women looked at Seiya with expressions like ordinary elderly people doting on their grandchildren, as if they might pull out candy for him to taste the next second. Next, she introduced the young commander leading the Knights of the Lily Capital. He was a rare young man, likely in his early 30s. A great knight, nearly 190 centimeters tall, with a messy beard on the lower half of his face. Although his features were proper, he gave off a gloomy impression. This man held the same status as Erica. Like Erica, who represented the Red Copper Black Cross, he was a knight who had attained the rank of Great Knight. Thousands of magicians have appeared from ancient times to the present. Aside from great magi, there were also many charlatans among them. Knights, who simultaneously studied swordsmanship, spearmanship, and magic, were also among them. Erica and others were descendants of the Knights Templar, active in the Middle Ages, who simultaneously worshipped the Son of God and the demon Baphomet. Besides being magicians, they were also warriors. And the title of Great Knight, among them, was exclusively bestowed upon the elite among warriors. This was their greatest pride, but seeing Seiya's indifferent gaze, their arrogance instantly vanished. A Godslayers at only 15 years old, one of the 7 strongest people in the world. Before him, who had the right to be proud? But it was at this moment that they heard the reddish-brown carved iron gates open again. They exchanged glances, surprised. The banquet was already in its middle part. How could anyone still be arriving? They even heard the sound of the vehicle being driven directly to the front of the banquet hall. Doing such a thing, however, made the elders frown deeply. When the main door was opened from the inside by a servant, a young woman appeared before everyone, silhouetted against the light. Erika's face lit up with joy upon seeing the newcomer. Seiya, let me introduce you, this is. Greetings, esteemed Seventh Majesty. I am Alice Lewis of Navarre, the current speaker of the Greenwich Council of Sages. The blonde woman curtsied to Seiya, an elegant woman in her 20s. Her golden hair shone brightly. Her voice was steady, her demeanor like perfume. She wore a high-quality white coat with black long boots, and beneath the coat was a short knitted dress and leggings. But the smile on Erika's face froze. She quickly realized that her close friend was not attending this banquet with good intentions. That's why she so rudely interrupted her introduction. However, murmurs arose from the surrounding crowd. They were nothing more than words like, Duke Golding, Europe's strongest witch, Princess Alice, Council of Sages, current speaker. The origin of the Council of Sages, if one were to pinpoint it, would be a circle of busybodies. Magicians, occultists, fairy doctors, and others deeply involved with magic. Or general scholars just a step away from being experts, street researchers, priests, pastors, monks, shrine maidens, artists, capitalists, nobles, royalty, imperial family, and such. Ambitious individuals with a thirst for knowledge and wealth gathered to exchange information and form this circle. This council gradually accumulated wisdom, and its influence grew, establishing its headquarters in Greenwich, London. By now, it is almost equivalent to the official organization of the European magical world. Of course, in regions like Italy, Greece, and Romania, it certainly cannot compare to organizations like the Red Copper Black Cross or the Lily Capital, but it has extremely widespread influence throughout the entire European magical world. Without giving Erika, her friend, a chance to question her, Alice, the current speaker of the Council of Sages, stepped forward and spoke loudly, Commanders, distinguished guests, aren't you curious about who the host of this banquet is? Most of you present came specifically because you learned that the seventh Godslayers Seiya would be attending this banquet, but have you considered one thing? That is, you have all been deceived. At this moment, the strongest witch in all of Europe looked up towards the top floor. Come out, Decapitator, Fairy Queen Salome. A Jewish beauty wearing a white veil appeared in the public's view. Seiya slightly tilted his head, looking at that familiar face. She slowly and gracefully descended the spiral staircase, also slightly raising her chin, gazing at her aggressive nemesis. Decapitator, you actually dare to remain in Milan. Alice looked at her enemy, who had now appeared openly before her, a rare excitement showing in her eyes. If even you dare to leave your main body from your headquarters in London, why can't I come to Milan to relax? Salome's gaze shifted from Alice and settled on Seiya. I haven't congratulated you on becoming the seventh victorious Godslayer's beast yet, little master. Alice's face was grim at this moment, and Erika, who had been observing her friend, was even more flustered. Although the Council of Sages is powerful, it is not without opposing forces. The most well-known of these is Guinevere, the god ancestor and last descendant of the serpent god. The force she leads has brought considerable pressure to the entire Western European magical world. Even His Majesty Alexander's royal factory and the Council of Sages had to join forces and seek outside aid to repel her. And this mythical Salome is an ally allied with that ancient god ancestor, and even a crucial fairy king. She actually knows the seventh Godslayers, and their relationship seems quite good. Seiya, you absolutely must not be deceived by this woman. I can sense from your spiritual aura that you are a knight of noble faith, but this Decapitator is an out-and-out poisonous flower from the southern lands. She quickly spoke. Salome completely ignored her old rival's slander. She walked up to Seiya and slowly opened a box. Coincidentally, while passing by the Calabrian coast, I encountered a relic from the age of mythology that was salvaged by local fishermen. I think this ancient Greek divine artifact should be a fitting gift for you. The divine artifact before him was precisely the Gorgon stone Seiya sought. However, he did not rashly take it, as all eyes in the hall were fixed on this spot. How interesting. The old lady's bored face finally showed an expression of interest. From the speaker of the Council of Sages to Salome's appearance, the low murmurs now rose and fell throughout the banquet hall, like noisy birds in a forest. Clearly, the Council of Sages and the witches have had grievances spanning over 100 years. The current speaker, despite her frail body, personally set out to pursue Salome, the decapitator, yet Salome now has a prior acquaintance with the seventh Godslayers. Is she planning to forcibly take Salome away in front of the seventh Godslayers? Even a witch of the highest celestial rank shouldn't have such an absurd idea. Erica was the most surprised, she couldn't believe it. Princess Alice was not only her friend, but her uncle, Paolo Brantley, had also once been her guardian knight. Their relationship could be described as thick as thieves, but at this moment, looking at her, that gentle face seemed extraordinarily unfamiliar. But Alice's gaze did not linger on Erica for a single second. She slightly raised her delicate chin, staring at Seiya's Asian face, trying to discern something from his eyes. From the moment he successfully slew the Eastern god of war, the news of the seventh Godslayer's birth was transmitted around the world through the advanced modern internet, reaching different corners. Information about Seiya was laid out on everyone's desks. His identity held too many mysteries, but one piece of easily verifiable information was that the plane he traveled on was precisely the modern vehicle of the god ancestor Guinevere. She came to this banquet indeed to take Salome, the decapitator. However, more importantly, she wanted to personally meet the seventh Godslayers, Seiya. Who exactly was he? But Seiya's gaze remained steady, even with a slight smile on his face, not taking her offense to heart. Her self-proclaimed fury and the scene of divine might like a prison did not manifest. Instead, he watched her and Salome with great interest. Just as some people flocked around the Princess of Godding, others were eager to leap out for the seventh Godslayers, reprimanding Alice for her impoliteness. Princess Alice, even if you are the esteemed chairman of the Council of Sages in Greenwich, such rude behavior is unacceptable at this banquet. Alice finally turned her head, seeing an Asian beauty dressed in men's clothing. Behind her followed an unremarkable middle-aged man, striding purposefully towards her. The head of the Tokyo branch of the Seishibinzen Ienkai in Japan, the far eastern island nation where the steel god resides, Seiya no Miyakaoru, the sole figure who holds power in the Kanto committee. Alice recognized the identity of the newcomer. Alice did not wish to entangle with the far eastern shrine maiden before her. Her target, from beginning to end, were the two individuals above. Far Eastern Shrine Maiden, this matter has nothing to do with you, does it? I don't recall the seventh Godslayers being your Fusong's king. Rashly interfering in matters unrelated to yourself will bring misfortune. However, the beautiful woman in men's clothing raised her eyebrows in surprise. Huh. Bring misfortune. The next moment, she leaned close to Alice, their eyes meeting. How can you openly say that I will be afflicted with misfortune in front of such an esteemed excellency as Seiya? You are simply lawless. Looking at the aggressive woman in men's clothing, Alice's heart trembled, and she suddenly understood the cause and effect of this matter. Seiya would never care about her offense from beginning to end. As a Godslayers, as the seventh king of magicians, he had no need to condescend and explain himself. Naturally, representatives of forces eager to curry favor with him would step forward and confront her. Seiya no Miyakaoru before her was the first to jump out. Regardless of whether Seiya had a connection with the Far Eastern Island nation, as the head of the Tokyo branch of the Seishibinzen Ienkai in Japan, Seiya no Miyakaoru, the sole figure who held power in the Kanto committee, she very likely represented the specific intentions of a national faction. Although she didn't know why the island nation, which already worshipped the steel god, still wanted to curry favor with Seiya, getting entangled with her here now was undoubtedly the worst strategy. At this moment, almost everyone in the entire banquet hall was watching Alice's embarrassment. As a witch of the highest celestial rank, if she were in perfect health and had complete control, she would possess national-level strength and preside over the Council of Sages. Yet now, she was rendered speechless by someone. However, what no one noticed was that Seiya's eyes suddenly sharpened. For the first time, he seriously gazed at the chairman of the council, watching her slowly retreat. Until, in the sky above, gold suddenly appeared. It was like thousands of brilliant sharp swords piercing every corner of the banquet hall. The dazzling lightning instinctively made everyone close their eyes. Only Seiya saw the figure that appeared with the lightning. When the newcomer descended, treading on a red carpet paved with lightning, the angels in the 17th century frescoes on either side of the banquet hall broke their wings and fell to the mortal world. The explosive thunder shattered every pane of glass, and accompanying the descent of divine thunderous power was that graceful figure. The swift noble, the general manager of the royal factory, the old enemy of god ancestor Guinevere, the fourth godslayer's Alexander Gascoigne appeared before everyone. Alexander Gascoigne, whose nickname was more famous than himself, the black noble who defeated the fallen angel Remiel, who controlled illusion and thunder, and usurped the authority of divine speed. At this moment, there was no longer any matter concerning Alice and Seiya no Miyakaoru. The moment Alexander appeared, they faded into the background, not even counting as supporting characters. Everyone's gaze, everyone's focus, was gathered on the young man who had descended into the banquet hall with lightning. The lightning still circling around him in the banquet hall was like his armor, and he walked as if he were an emperor. At this moment, a small number of people realized something, looking up at the young man standing on the second floor, looking down at the newcomer. Before an emperor, only another emperor could converse as equals. All irrelevant personnel could now withdraw. Alexander tipped his hat in greeting. We've been acquainted for a long time, 7th Godslayer's Seiya. I apologize for meeting you in such a way, but there's no other option. I didn't expect it to escalate to this point. His words had not even been uttered when a strong but sharp wind blew from the front. The sharp wind pushed forward. This time, everyone clearly saw the silver line that tore through space. It cut through the carved iron gate as if cutting through butter, and cleaved 99 golden fountains as if slicing silk. Alexander transformed into a lightning serpent, dodging and weaving, leaving a sword mark 3 meters deep where he had stood. The swift noble once again transformed into scattered lightning, deftly and elegantly avoiding the attack from behind. At this moment, the golden-haired young man strode into the banquet hall, which he had just cleaved. Ha 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 ha, Alexander, you really like to put on airs. If I were you, I wouldn't think so much. If it's something I want, I'll just take it with my sword. Not resort to these meaningless schemes behind the scenes. There were only a few people in the world with such a distinctive voice. Salvatore Dani, the Sword King, also stepped onto this stage at this moment. Lord Salvatore, you are now also the leader of the Southern European Magic Society Alliance. You should understand that some words, once spoken, carry corresponding responsibilities. Alexander Gascoigne, who had reformed into human form from lightning, looked at the young man before him with some helplessness. In his perception, all godslayers except himself were troublesome, but this Sword King was simply a bomb that could detonate at any time. When he suddenly appeared at the British Library in London a year ago and, without a word, swung his sword, saying he wanted to have a sword fight with him, he knew then that he and this guy were completely incompatible. At the same time, the moment he saw the Sword King, he knew that his plan could no longer be implemented. This was Italy, and the entire southern Europe was the Sword King's territory. On this land, the Sword King could be said to possess autonomous legal authority. If he expressed malice or hostility, the magicians below might misinterpret it, leading to unnecessary trouble. Because this was a matter between kings, any decision had to be carefully considered. Actually, you have another choice. Seiya suddenly spoke. Alexander turned his head, looking at this young compatriot. Although young and possessing only one authority, the Godslayer's combat physique was soaring, indicating that the opponent was an extremely powerful warrior. Then why not challenge me? Anyway, in the latter half of the banquet, adding an entertaining segment to today's banquet wouldn't be bad. Seiya crossed his arms, looking at this senior with interest. I just heard at the banquet that you recently successfully challenged Melusine, the two-tailed mermaid and half-human, half-snake goddess from European legends. I'm also very curious what power you gained from this goddess. Challenged Seiya. Alexander raised an eyebrow at this highly tempting proposal, but after much deliberation given the current situation, he still refused. His original plan was to forcibly take the target away with divine speed. Since things had come to this, there was no longer any need to remain here. You should know that I am averse to any unnecessary disputes. Alexander pushed up his glasses. It seems it won't be possible today. I can only warn everyone that this decapitator is not a benevolent person. As for the Gorgon stone itself, it is also trouble, as it will attract an ancient Earth Mother goddess. Moreover, it was excavated in the Sword King's territory, and its true ownership is yet to be determined. I won't join in this excitement. With that, his figure transformed into lightning and disappeared. This Godslayers, who had arrived with lightning and thunder, like an angel, left somewhat anticlimactically. He's just such an overly calculating guy, and also the Godslayers least like a Godslayers. He never likes direct combat. If he perceives no profit, he will give up. Donnie looked at the lightning that had already disappeared into the sky, pursing his lips. But then his lips curved upward as he looked at the Gorgon stone held in Salome's hands. At this moment, everyone present believed that the two would have a dispute over this divine artifact. The swift noble had even dug a pit for his two compatriots before leaving. But precisely because what he said was true, it was effective. From a legal perspective, the ownership of this divine artifact should belong to Sword King Tony. But the problem was that a Godslayers himself was the greatest truth. You want this too. At this moment, Seiya finally took the sealed Gorgon stone from Salome's hand into his palm. The Gorgon stone was a symbol of a despised goddess, the long-lost wisdom of the Earth Mother, and a signpost to darkness. As Alexander said, this divine artifact, which was of little use to a Godslayers, was troublesome. Because it would attract an extremely ancient Earth Mother goddess, who was a strong one even among the disobedient gods. For Alexander, who liked to design counterattacks against enemies and win with absolute certainty, it was a hassle. But for some Godslayers, it was an eagerly sought-after secret treasure. This included Marquis Vauban, the Old Wolf King, and Sword King Tony before him. To fight and kill their arch-enemies, to grow in battle, death or victory, they could accept both. Has your magic power fully recovered? Seiya suddenly asked an unrelated question. But Sword King Tony raised his lips knowingly. If it's for battle, it's no longer an impediment. At this point, no more words were needed. Just the collision of their gazes caused a distortion of light. Speaking of which, we still have an unfinished battle, don't we? Let the ownership of this divine artifact be the end point of our agreement. At this moment, the distinguished guests of the banquet finally showed excited gazes. To witness a battle between two Godslayers was almost equivalent to witnessing a myth with their own eyes. It would be of great help for both the study of magic and the understanding of their own cultivation systems. However, most of the people present were inclined to believe that Sword King Tony would win. After all, this young Saint Seiya was rumored to have forcibly slain the Eastern god of war with his own strength, just like Luo Hao, the martial venerable of the Eastern continent. But Tony, as the Sword King, was also a skilled fighter, possessing as many as 4 authorities, and his core silver arm had already been developed to the point where Marquis Vauban praised it. How could Seiya, the newborn king, possibly win? Seiya did not know the thoughts of these subordinates and esteemed guests, nor did Tony. Sword King Tony was not concerned with the ownership of the precious divine artifact, but being able to fight Seiya, he felt the muscles in his back becoming increasingly tense, and his body and limbs filled with power. Since defeating Nuada, the Celtic god king, he had experienced this feeling several times already. This was the Godslayers' physique, the change that occurred within the body when facing an enemy worthy of being an opponent. When Tony asked one final question. Right now. Come with me. Seiya glanced at him, then turned and shot off into the distance. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.